This is DK and Psycho Gamer from TacoYaki Anime. Welcome. No. That's the other show. Yeah, look.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm like, wait, no. You're good. You're fine. I know it's weird, but just roll. You're fine. You're fine.
It was episode 74.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
One day we will have a good start off. It's just not that day.
Cutting my hair, I just lost all memory of everything.
Oh, see, there you go. Blame it on me. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Much to Ketchup, episode 74. We'll be talking about our initial thoughts on the spring season of 2021.
This almost feels like a summer season to me.
Yes.
I don't know about you, but this really feels like this is jam packed this season.
Yes, there are a lot of shows that I liked. I am very happy for this season.
Very, especially after everything else from previous seasons. This is definitely a welcome surprise.
Yeah. Also, I feel that I'm not like starving for anime, so I'm not just like, oh, I want this and I want that. I'm just like, here's all the shows. Let me check them out. Okay, I can do without that one. I can do without this one, and all of these are good. So
yeah, it's nice to be able to actually pick and choose and not have to feel like you're forcing it or anything.
Yeah.
So, very much so.
Today we have 16 shows we will be talking about. The shows that we have started.
Honestly, all things considered, that could have been worse.
Yeah.
I think we've had more before.
Oh yeah.
I know we've had more, but we've definitely had less. So
we've hit 30 before. Let me see. Let me look at my OBS list. Yes, we've had exactly 30. Well,
that's been the highest.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, this is probably about average, but I think this is about average on the better side. I think.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. The first show we'll be talking about is 86.
Yeah, what did you think about this one? This one, I know this one. This one, I want to say during our review or preview, you wanted to watch it. I was kind of interested in it, but it didn't really grab me. So.
Yeah. So this is the show that is. I think it was a show. Well, no, I had it on my list. I think. Why did I? I don't go back to my notes.
Why did I even have this one?
I think the girl looked cool, and the robot was creepy. From what I saw, because he had red eyes and he was moving around. And I'm like, real bears aren't that size. That's a moving teddy bear. So one of the things that I was curious about when we went through the synopsis was there were 85 districts that everybody acknowledged, and then nobody really talked about district 86.
Mm-hmm.
And from the beginning of the show, like, you can tell that something's off. Like, if you know going into the show that there's supposed to be 86 districts, the news report that goes across that like gets announced in the city, and there's like, there has been no incidents through all 85 districts, and you're like, wait a minute, there's supposed to be one more. What are you talking about? And then very shortly after, you realize that everybody that you see has that silver hair, and you're like, this is odd. I've only seen the first episode, So they're definitely going to explain more soon. But
Mm.
from what I can gather, it feels weird. It feels like racial in a sense, like the pure race is the silver-haired race, and everybody else gets pushed down to this 86th district that nobody acknowledges. Um, so
Mm.
the first half of the episode takes place on the main character side, where basically they are the basically commanders of these different squads, and they connect telepath. I don't know if it's everybody has these little. Everybody on the other side has these little receiver things on their ears, and when the commander basically takes their uh, chair or sits in the cockpit kind of thing, they have some device that they connect with it, and then they can connect. Then they can talk to everybody on the squad.
Mm.
Um, and there's one there's one squad that's very problematic, and everybody who tries to take command of it like quits, or one of them. They say one of them or some of them commit suicide. So there's something crazy going
Oh
on. I
wow.
don't know like what it is yet. They haven't explained, but of course the main character, she's like a prodigy. She's like really good. She takes after her father, who was like a storied hero and all that kind of stuff. And she basically gets promoted to that spot. Um, and I don't know if it's one of those things where because she's so by the book and like, and she's not by the book and strict and like everybody doesn't like her. She's like one of those young guns who's trying to prove to everybody that the world can be better. Like she's one of those like everything must be done correctly, and everybody else is like, man, there's a war
So
going on, and like,
basically, she views everything in black and white and doesn't see any grays.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Um, and it's weird because before when I was younger, I would see those types of characters, and I'm like, yeah, do it the right way. Like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna change the world. And now that I'm older, I see the gray. I
Mm-hmm.
see where everybody's positioned on the black side, the white side, or the gray area. And basically, she's in on the white side. She wants everything to be done properly because that's what the rules say. Most people are like anywhere along the gray. From some of the characters that you do see, they're like almost on the black side, and they're just barely holding on to gray. And then you see the other characters that are like they used to be on the white side and they understand how the world works, so they're gonna do what gets them by, and
Mm-hmm.
they're not gonna compromise their morals, but they're not gonna push against the standard quo. It's like this is my job. I've done this. I'm not doing anything wrong to anybody. Yeah, the rules say this, but we don't have to follow them to the T as long as the job gets done. Um, and there's one character who's one of her friends or somebody who looks after her, and or one of her peers, and I really like that character because she seems like somebody who's looking out for the main character.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like there was one point right before she took her new position after being promoted, that um, I think she did some research on the squad for her and gave her a little bit of information. Or no, she was doing a test. It was the one like the scientist character who's like running the tests and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
She basically was testing her to make sure that she's okay to take that position. It was like she had no doubt that her friend like that she'd be able to do it because she knows that she would pass with flying colors. But she also was there to like give her some advice, and I think it's the same character that like there are some guys kind of slacking off and just talking bad about other people and all that kind of stuff. And the main character was about to go approach them and yell at them, but she kind of butted in and like, "Hey, how you doing?" Blah blah blah, and kind of like distracted her. Like, "Don't worry about them. Let's go over here." And like, it's cool that you see characters that aren't fully by the book looking out for the character who is fully by the book.
Fully,
Because
yeah.
so it's
Hmm.
it's really nice. As far as like the way that the characters are fleshing out. Um, the on the side of the like as far as the war is going, I know nothing about what's going on with the war other than what we got from the synopsis. Um, all I see is these like bug-shaped tank things
Mm-hmm.
shooting each other, and you hear people like pilots dying and stuff like that. And before, it's unnamed pilots dying, and later on, you end up knowing one of the pilots. So it becomes a moment of like losing one of your team, and I don't. I know it's gonna happen multiple times. I just it's like once you start to know the characters, it's like now I'm scared to pick a favorite character because I'm like,
Yeah.
he's gonna die next.
Oh yeah. Your usual curse as far as that goes.
Yeah. So,
So I
um,
mean, what genre would you primarily put this one under? Is it
it
more of an action? Is it more of a wartime? Is it more of a drama?
it's
Because to the way you describe it, almost seems more like a character drama to me.
yeah, it
Like
is
they,
a like
so
war, huh?
good. So like they don't put like hardly any focus. Like the war and the action involving the war almost seem like a backdrop and just like it's stage dressing essentially, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Like you could put this almost in any other situation and still have it work. Or is it something more than that?
So it could be either or. At
Mm-hmm.
this, in the first episode, I believe what they're doing is they're introducing you to the characters first rather than introducing you to the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times in certain like basically this is a mech war show.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so far it's not focused on the mechs, and so far it's not focused on the war. It's introducing all the characters. But
Okay.
once you get to know the characters, then it could do a complete switch and be like, now that you know who all these people are, wartime, and then they focus fully on the war.
Mm.
So, um,
I don't know when a lot of times when they really because I don't know I guess it varies depending upon how the story progresses and how what the direction or director behind it on the studio or whatever. But I know a lot of times when situations like this come about, if it's going to focus more on the resolution of the war per se, usually the characters are still introduced, but they're introduced in such a way that it flows right along with the action and the war and everything like that.
yeah, and usually you get like a bit of an info dump of what's happening in the war before you get to know the characters.
Yeah, so I mean, like the focus, if the focus was more on the war, at least from my experience on anime, is similar to this. If the focus was mainly on the war, it would focus more on the battles and the importance behind it, and the characters would be, even in the first episode, would be thought of as more window dressing, or as like, oh, you know, while they're in the midst of battle, or when they have a slow moment when they're guarding or waiting on something, they'll discuss something amongst each other, or we might see like a flashback or something like that before this incident occurred. But when it's more of character driven and you have the war as a backdrop, it really has the focus pointed square and focused just on the characters, you
Yeah.
know. So I don't know. I guess this is kind of why I was hesitant to watch this one to begin with. Is I don't necessarily see a problem with it, but I get I'm more of the one that enjoys the battle sequences, and not so much because of the fact of oh hey it's action or whatever, which is still cool to me and all. But there was that one anime. God, what was it? It was a kid who ended up learning about science, or like his focus was on science or whatever, but his nation was militaristic, so he had to get
Yeah.
pushed into he essentially got pushed into being a commander just because of how intelligent he was.
Uh-huh.
He didn't want to be, but he got pushed into it. He always wanted to be lazy and not do anything,
Okay.
or he just wanted to learn. But I enjoyed that one being militaristic because it focused on the battles, but it focused on the strategy behind the battles.
Okay.
Because you saw his way of thinking, because they had like a mock battle in the school or whatever that he had been going to before he got sent out to the war that had been going on, and he had his troops, both sides of the forces were launching at the same time, and they were supposed to meet at a certain ground. Well, he was expected to arrive later, but what he did is he had his troops leave some of their gear so they can march faster.
Mm-hmm.
And they arrived at a specific spot, but they actually arrived at a spot further away from where the other team had arrived.
Mm-hmm.
So forcing the other position to march towards them. And then they made it look like there was a river between them, separating them out, which the river itself had been very deep and wouldn't be able to cross very easily. But while he was waiting for the other group to come to them, he had his team felled a whole bunch of wood and put logs underneath the river and the riverbed itself. So that way it still looked like it was like deep, but someone could walk across it essentially. So like things like that, and sort of in terms of like wars and in terms of battles and stuff like that, I love that stuff because I love seeing the person who is more intelligent or using strategy against somebody who doesn't either perceive that or doesn't think that it's worthwhile or whatever. I love seeing that. But when it just comes to straight up battles and wars, whatever, I can do without it. It doesn't really matter to me. And then a lot of times when it comes to like character ones, which is kind of what this one sounds like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like as much as I'd be intrigued to find the story behind what's going on, I also feel like you get, because they can't just let the war go. Like the war is a part of what's going on, so you can't just let that go. So my thought is, in terms of that, is I look at it and go, as much as I'm interested in seeing where the story goes and what the characters are, I feel like then whenever they end up having to go back to the war, then I'm like, really? Did we have to? It almost seems like
Yeah.
now it was supposed to be something to bring things together, but now it just seems like it's overshadowing or drawing you away from what you were originally focused on. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's what I was afraid that this was going to be. Like when it comes to war animes, it's almost like slice of life. I'm very specific about which ones I enjoy watching.
Yeah.
So I kind of looked at this one and went,
Yeah. It's like
I'll see what Tacos is about this one, what we can do about it or whatever. So
yeah.
but
So it's like I either want chess or I want slice of life. Don't mix them.
yeah. No, yeah. Well, and don't get me wrong, the one I was referring to, and I wish I could remember the name of it, like the characters in there were very interesting because they were very unique in their own matter.
Yeah.
And because of that, you also felt more attached to them. So when things happened during the battles and the wars where it didn't go his way, you were like, oh my God, what's they going to do? Are they going to die or what's going to happen? You felt like anxious about it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, yeah, I kind of, I like to. When you start spreading your focus in too many different directions, it seems like it's taking away from what would have been either an excellent chess game or an excellent slice of life.
Yeah.
Now we are diminishing the returns on that kind of, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah. So I from the way it's introduced itself so far, I believe that it'll be a character-driven show. So far, the battles that they do show, I'm like, I don't even know. Like, I can.
See, you're like your stakes in the actual battles themselves. You're just like, it could be whatever.
Yeah, but I'm like, I know there's pilots in some of these things. I can't tell what side is what side. It just looks like everybody's fighting each other. Like, I don't even really see the other side, which is.
See, and don't get me wrong, in battle situations, especially when they're like massive battle situations, there's always a chance of like even it does kind of look like that where like you almost swear like everyone's just fighting everyone. Like there's no like this side or this side. It's just a free for all almost essentially,
Yeah,
because you never know turning around who that person is or if that person. You know, it's sometimes hard to the line to find the line between that. But for someone, and if it's I don't know it, I would equate that to like sports. In the midst of it, if you're the one doing it, it's intense, it's emotional, it's scary. You know, it's oh, you know, you're like, oh my god, this is crazy. But someone watching it, you're like, this is boring. You know what I mean? You're
yeah,
like, why is everyone fighting everyone? No, you know. Or you know, and another way to equate that too is like horror games. To
yeah,
play a horror game, you freak the hell out because you're just like, oh my god, I'm gonna die at any second here. Something's gonna happen. I can't control it. Oh my goodness. And then person watching it's like, why are you being? That's stupid. No, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Because you have that outsider's perspective, but it doesn't make for good entertainment. I guess is what it gets come
yeah,
down to. So.
yeah. One aspect that I'm like, I'm gonna make a prediction.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the whole like the way that society is all built and the weirdness of like, so there's this battle going on. Some of the commanders of a certain unit are committing suicide, which is weird. And this one like prodigy commander all of a sudden got put into this one position, and like her father was a high esteemed commander, and she's kind of causing trouble with certain people, and then everybody keeps telling her to let they're like quit putting casualties in your reports
Mm.
and don't get attached, and these these things are not they're not being piloted by people, they're just units. I wouldn't be surprised if there's this huge conspiracy to just get rid of anybody who doesn't like match them. Like if you have orange hair, if you have black hair, if you have yellow hair, there there's this weird plot to just get rid of them, and they're actually fighting against themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like some weird like genocide kind of thing. It's
See, I almost feel like because of how many plot points you said, and how interesting those plot points themselves were, if we were to take the war completely out of the equation and instead have it be like just a militaristic action, not necessarily a quote unquote war, but just like say like either maybe even have them be a police force or something equivalent to that, just not like an all out like I feel like that it would draw more attention to the areas that you would need because it almost sounds like there's so much intrigue going on behind the scenes. Like there's so many loose ends and stuff like that. Like if she was say instead of a commander of an army or whatever, if she was say like police force or whatever,
mm,
and then she could actually go in and do research or try to find out the truth or question people or something along those lines where you start and then eventually she ends up like I mean it's probably going to happen in the same way as what they're trying to do, but it just seems like it'd be so derived from it. But like she's going to end up capturing one of the enemy or whatever, and then is going to end up questioning them and find out the truth about it
yeah,
as far as that goes. But like to me, I would love to see the intrigue because it almost sounds like the way they have it situated. It's like you can't trust your government. You can't trust the people who you're supposed to trust. You can't think of yourself as the good guys because you don't know the truth behind everything. You're only
yeah,
been spoon fed part of the truth. So if she was captain of a squad and on a police force or whatever, and there were raids going on by these other people, but it was like small little skirmishes or whatever, and then you end up finding out that what they're doing is like not actually trying to kill anyone or steal anything. What they end up doing is they're trying to like get food for themselves or something. Like they're trying to survive almost essentially because they've been put down so much. Like that would be an amazing thing. I would like, oh my god, this is outstanding in that sense. But I feel like it just, again, it like the war thing just seems to like superimpose itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like I don't have enough information on the war. Like if this story were to, I don't know. It's like it seems like so far in the first episode, there's two sides. There are the pilots of the units, and then the commanders of the units, and then like they live within the society of the 85 republic, like 85 districts. Like, where's the enemy? Like all the units that they're fighting, they look identical. I'm like, there's not silver colored ones and green colored ones. They're just they all look like bugs. And then it's weird that like that one position, like the people committed suicide or have some kind of breakdowns or just die.
And
like,
see, it's like the question is why bugs? Like why? What is the focus on that situation? If all the mechs look like bugs, surely there's a reasoning behind that. Because we've seen plenty of mech shows that, honestly, 95% of the mech shows I've at least watched always focused on keeping the mech units as humanoid as possible, because it made more sense in the context of you're able to freely move that character about because you're human as well.
yes.
So it's almost like an extension of yourself. So if these mech units are bugs, like where did that come from? Why are we using bugs instead of like man-made looking things? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
like even referring to history, it's like the people who were like less than were treated like bugs, and it's very eerie. Like that position, I feel like that's the position where they send people to get suicided, and I don't know. Everything's just really, really fishy.
So I mean, like Intrigue is. It seems like they have a good premise and they have set up a lot of good plot holes and plot points in order to keep a viewer interested in watching. And if you're a viewer who you watch this or whatever, and you're really interested in it, or you've read, I'm sure this is a manga at one point or another. If you've read the manga for it, I mean, more power to you. But I see similarities between a lot of other animes that I've watched in the past, and I feel like, and this is only based upon what you said, and you've only watched the first episode, so this could be some completely off basis on this, but I just feel like the way they decided to go about this definitely could have been better. You know, your driving force behind this is the war, but that shouldn't have been the driving force behind this. The driving force behind this should have been your main character realizing that something is amiss of what they're being told, and then trying to connect the dots as best they could. Like, I feel like that would have been a way better driving point behind this whole thing than what they're currently doing. But again, that's just purely based upon what you said for the first episode, so I could be way off basis, but
I feel like something's coming in like the next episode or two. Like,
well, I guess you're just gonna have to kind of. If you end up, are you going to continue watching this one?
I like it. It's normally if it was like I would say for these types of shows, if it was more of a chess game, I would have to love the characters to follow, like Gundam 00. Gundam MS-18. Like it was a form of a chess game, but I was in the jungle with the characters. Like I didn't know exactly what was going on. This show is more of like a commander's view where I'm outside of the story and I see everything that's playing out. So it's like I'm watching the chess game from afar. And I tend to like these more rather than like being in the war because usually I don't like the characters as much. So because this is the style that I like more, I'm gonna keep up with it. I hope.
If that's the case, and you do end up keeping up with it, I guess after like the first, I guess like your typical 3 episode thing that you normally do for animes. Let me know if you think I should get into this. If you think it's worth a watch.
Okay.
But I'll say yeah. I'll get to 3 episodes and then let me know.
Okay.
Because I feel like just based upon what you said for the first episode, it just wouldn't really suit me very well. But I could be wrong.
I just realized. I said something about the teddy bear.
What?
It's a different show. Yeah, it's a completely different show. That's the last show we're gonna be talking about. But yeah, the next show we're gonna be talking about is My Hero Academia season 5.
So I know at least some people I've talked with are disappointed that I've only watched the first episode.
I've only watched 1. Yes. So the very last episode of last season, I actually didn't watch it because I think we did the show right before it aired.
Okay. Oh, wow. So I mean, that's actually probably better because you didn't have to like end on the intrigue of that like everyone else did and being like, what does it mean? Oh, don't leave us like this.
I started the first episode and I'm like, what's going on? Where did he come from?
So, I don't know if I really have like a huge amount to say about this, honestly, other than people go out and watch it.
Yeah.
It is, you know, this is the 5th season of the series, and the series has had an average of like what 24 episodes each season. So 5 seasons, 24 episodes. We've already done 4 seasons previous to that. It's almost 100 episodes, right there. We're like 96 episodes into it, essentially.
Yeah, I think the first episode for this season is 88. I think they may have done some 23s in there and stuff like that.
Okay, well, regardless, though, it's like I feel like we've always talked about this show every season, and every season we've been like, oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is great. This is awesome. This is great. I love the powers. I love the characters. I will say that there has been a reactor I found on YouTube that I watched who'd been kind of watching the English version of this from the season 1, and watching that, I cringe so hard. I cringe so hard. I don't necessarily know if it's just like the dialogue is bad, but like the voice actor for Deku, I don't feel it with him. All Might, the English All Might, I'm okay with. His lines every now and then, I kind of go, "Why did you say that?" No, that's not what he. No, that's not a no. But other than that, like yeah, like the voice actors, I'm just like, oh my god, do y'all just understand? Like, do you have? That's why I have problems with English. Like the voice actors, it's like y'all understand. You're trying to convey emotions and feelings through your voice and inflection, and some of them just hit that like monotone. They pick one tone the entire time, and that's all they ever do, and it just feels bad.
I don't know. I think it's because I've been watching anime for like 2 decades now. And I've always like other than the Toonami stuff that I started watching it with. Once I switched over, also because I listen to Japanese and Korean and Chinese music, I'm just used to hearing an Asian language, specifically Japanese.
Well,
And
and for me, it's not even that. Like I could say that it's just I'm used to it. It seems weird when I don't hear them saying stuff in Japanese or whatever, but like being someone who at least took some theatrical classes and stuff like that,
mm,
I know, and hearing some of the voices and how they talk, how they scream, what they little inflections and how they like little yips and squeaks and whatever when they get surprised or whatever. Like I feel it more realistically with someone who speaks Japanese when they're doing it for an anime than I do most of the time. Not all the time. There are a few good voice actors out there who are English. I do know that. There are a few good ones that I would say. People who do the guy who did Cowboy Bebop. Um, Great voice actor. The shoot, I'd even go so far as to say some of the voice acting from the earlier Dragon Ball series was good. I think they changed it up towards the later end, if I'm not mistaken. But I kind of only watched a few episodes of the later ones anyway. So,
yeah, I
um,
think they did it 3 times.
yeah, I think so.
There was
So, and there's a few other ones I can't think of them off the top of my head right now, but like they're really good. But this one, like, eh, you have to convey the emotions with Deku. Like in the very first episode, when Deku pretty much gets told he can't be a hero, and he's sitting there watching videos of All Might, and his mom walks in, and he's just in tears because he believes he can't be a hero because everyone's telling him he can't be a hero. The voice actor who did it in the English version, I felt nothing for. Like I just didn't feel it. The one in the Japanese, he almost had me in tears. I'm like, oh man, no, you feel it. You feel his heart breaking because he wants to be a hero so badly and has been told no, you
yes,
can never be a hero. And I think that in and of itself, with the progression of this character's story arc from the first season all the way up to now the current season, it has so much of a better impact and makes you feel like, out of all the trials and tribulations that he's had, when he first came up against Stain, when he um, went up against Overhaul, like you're cheering for him. You're there because you were there from the beginning when he was told, no, you can't do this. And to see him overcoming every obstacle that he gets into his path and being the hero that he and is rightfully to be, you feel it that much more. So that is it in itself. I mean, and then that couldn't all over all the entire series and all the characters that are there with him. I mean, even though what's his name? Oh, God, the kid with the fire and the ice. Um, anyways, you know what I'm talking about. Even though you could say his character is probably very monotone in a lot of ways, there is still enough of an inflection in his voice and you realize there's a purpose behind why he's that way. Emotionally, he shut himself down
yeah,
because of the way he had been treated and because of his father and all. You learn about that, so you feel that and you understand that. But all the other characters, like, there's such a wide variety of characters here from all their quirks and all of their powers and everything they do and their personalities. Like, I still think Froppy's one of the best characters, and she has one of the least like awesome quirks out of all of them, yet her personality shines so much in this series. Like if I had a superpower and I had to have a sidekick, I would want Froppy. I don't even care. Because I know she would be just the world's best sidekick assistant. Because she just cares that much, you know. And being the case, it's like, God, if I could just go on for freaking hours just talking about that. Again, everyone out there, if you're watching this, and who knows, but if you're watching this, do yourself a favor, watch this series, but do yourself a favor, please, please, if you can manage to do it, watch it in Japanese. Don't watch it in the English dub. Um, from a person who's I've now watched the first 5 episodes in English dub. I'm like, I kept going. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll get better. And like I said, All Might's not bad. Like All Might has that bravado that you'd expect from All Might, and that's hard because I'm like, as a character as All Might, when he goes from having this big, muscular, heroic form to being in his skinny, no muscle form or whatever, like you have to. It's almost like you're playing two characters because he has that over the topness on him of like I am here, to being like just talking normally. And the English voice actor in that one does a decent job of that, I will say. But all the other ones, I am just cringing over so hard. So, anyways, beyond that, you gotta everyone do yourself a favor. Go watch this anime. It's amazing. It's stupendous. Um, I just, I don't think I have ever watched a series consecutively and had the feeling that I did where, like I said, I literally physically cheer for the main character when he's in tight spots as a hero and it overcomes them. Like I am giddy and I get a rush of just excitement when hell, even from towards the beginning when one of the villains came to that summer camp that they went to, and he beat whatever that fleshy dude name was.
Yeah.
Like I was so freaking pumped and just excited when he came up out of nowhere and just busted out a freaking um, million smash or whatever. I mean, and you knew in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, this is gonna break him. This is gonna hurt. But at the same time, you're still sitting there going, yeah, just a knife, yeah. So
As soon as you said that, it just gave me the same feeling like with Endeavor's battle. Like everybody, all the other characters in the show were basically bystanders, just like how we were, and they were just just watching, like, please Endeavor,
oh
please,
yeah,
thank you. And then he like gets
and
knocked
Endeavor's
down,
yeah.
and everybody's quiet, and like the audience is quiet, all the characters are quiet. They're like, no, it can't be. And there's some people who like still believe, and then that one kid just breaks out of the audience, starts yelling at the camera, and he's like, "It's not over." And I'm like, "Oh my god!"
See, you're like, God, the series itself elicits such emotions from you as the viewer, and you never get you like as crazy and as wild as this world is. I mean, it helps that it's pseudo based in our world because it's in Japan or whatever, but as crazy as having all these superpowers and everything that's changed in their world because of it, you feel like you're there. You feel like you're one of the people, the civilians in the crowd watching this battle or stupendous thing happening, and it's wild. It's crazy. But I'll give it up to them. Like the people who made the story, the voice actors who do these characters, uh, it's all top notch. It's all top notch. I mean, without every part of the way it is, it wouldn't be the way it is. So,
My Hero Academia season 5, still knocking it out of the park.
yep.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Dragon Goes House Hunting. Now, was this the show that you were putting I saw a different name in the.
No, this is one I refuse to watch. This is one I refuse to watch
So it
because
actually was. Is there
what?
more, Miss Kobayashi?
Yeah, but I will get to when. Okay, you know what? Because you probably don't have the thing for that, do you?
I can't. I
Okay,
can't.
so hold on. Don't bother, because
Okay.
I'll say this: there is more Miss Kobayashi, but
It's like a season
I
two, or
don't know why, but they decided to do it in shorts.
uh,
Literally, it is like 2 to 5 minute shorts.
okay. That's a trend that I'm starting to see.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of times, I feel like it's kind of like the game industry where there's like AAA games and then there's like indie games, and
Mm-hmm.
like there's these like little tiny bite-sized series that come out. And before they were just like new IPs, and then I guess because that became popular, I'm assuming now they're doing like little snippets of actual shows. So
Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, Miss Kobayashi was a day in the life sort of situation,
yeah,
but it was a cool life to live.
uh,
And the fact that you're only given like 2 to 5 minutes of little snippets of seeing how their life has continued after the first season is just so disappointing. It is
uh,
so disappointing because you leave every one of them going, "I want more. I want more.
uh,
Why are we not having full episodes of this? Why is it not a full episode?" And I've even watched, I've even read the Crunchyroll comments, and they every one of them exact same exact same thing. Why is there not more? Why are we only having 2 to 5 minutes of this? The first one that came up, I think people thought it was just like a preview, essentially, and
okay.
they're like, "Oh, this is just like they're previewing it, or they're just going, hey, this is and when we get into the first season, this is what's gonna happen. Hey, yeah, or the next season, this is what's gonna happen, kind of thing." And then afterwards, when it did it for like 3 or 4 episodes after that, it just you see the comments slowly start to get to that realization and slowly just start degrading into, why did you do this? Why did you only put this in like little bite-sized snippets? No, give us more. So,
Okay.
no, this is the one when we did it the first time, I said, no, I refuse to watch this one because
Okay.
it looks ridiculous and silly and stupid.
Okay.
And I'm too big of a fan of dragons in general to think that I would enjoy something like this, which is
Uh,
ironic when we come to another anime. But
cool.
anyways,
Okay. Well, not this one then. The next show we were talking about is Fumetsu no not the end or To Your Eternity.
oh my, this show,
First episode is a movie.
oh my, I've only watched the first episode, and I literally, after watching that first episode, I had to like stop and get my thoughts together.
I did too.
'Cause,
Riri was sitting next to me, and I stopped it and just kind of just sat there, and she like looked over and like, "What's happening?" And I'm like, I need a minute."
yeah, oh my, like that took I I don't know what I was expecting with this show, but this wasn't it. But it's been it whatever I was thinking the show was, it far exceeded that in so many ways.
Yeah, was the first episode only 30 minutes?
I think so.
It's it's so weird that like every first episode that I watched was 30 minutes, and some were felt like it was 5 minutes, and then some felt like it was an hour.
Yeah.
This one felt like a full length movie, and I was like,
Yeah, they pack so much into this. Like, oh god. So, for those of you who don't know how to even how to even explain this, so it starts off with what I can only assume, having only watched the first episode, is essentially God or some sort of creator of some sort
Yeah.
talking about a ball that he was curious about, I guess, in some way, shape, or form. And then he let the ball go out into the world, or it almost sounded like he just kind of let the ball go out into the space of the universe, essentially. And where it ended up was this planet, which I don't necessarily know if I could say is Earth,
Mhm.
but it's something similar to Earth. And then the very first thing it touched was a rock, and it turned into a rock
For a while.
for a long while. It
And I
seemed
was
like.
like, and I was like, hmm.
And then during the course, at some point, a very harsh winter occurred, and the a wolf. I don't even necessarily know if it was necessarily a wolf because it looked a little weird for it to be a wolf. Now, okay, so here's almost what I think. Here's almost what I think, and just I'm gonna divide it a little bit from here, but I almost think this is Earth, and what we had looked at to experience was an ice age.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there as a possibility. But, anyways, so because it did that creature looked like a wolf, but it almost like the teeth were more protruding than what a wolf would have looked like. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So it
I can.
almost seemed like it was maybe like prehistoric kind of situation. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah, I get that.
So, anyways, so yeah, this wolf ends up dying on top of the rock. And I guess because of the emotions, there's some sort of trigger, some sort of significance when, and I don't think it necessarily has to be something dying.
Yeah, some form of strong stimulation.
Yeah, something that happens that turns this, what was first a ball, into whatever else it is that it's currently touching. And it turned into the wolf, who had been wounded, but because this entity, this being is somehow different in some way, shape, or form, it healed its own wound. But because it now became an actual living being instead of what it was before was a rock, it actually started to get inputs into it. Like it became aware of like cold, whereas before as a rock it did not feel that.
Yeah.
You know, and it became
Yeah.
aware of smells and
Yeah, it
I
gains
don't think
sentience.
yeah. And when it gets to this boy's house, which I don't know if it had the memories from the wolf to be able to know about this, or if it just happened across. But it didn't know how to eat until it was shown. I almost feel like it doesn't have to eat. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't actually require, even though it's actually a living organism at that point, it doesn't actually require sustenance. But it ate because it was told to.
Yeah.
You know, and I could be wrong too. Now maybe after it first ate, now it actually requires it to eat. I don't know. Um, but the story with this boy, God, that was heart wrenching.
It,
Um,
it's weird because of the actions that it take are like quote unquote alien to
mhm.
what we normally do. So whenever it like when he demonstrated how to eat, and then he like was like, see, he replicated everything,
Yeah,
and even the wolf was like, see, and I'm like,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah.
ugh.
And because the boy was already out of his mind at that point, that he did not see anything wrong with that
Yeah,
because he was already assuming in his mind that the wolf was talking because he kept having conversations with
yeah,
the wolf. But he did realize at one point, saying to himself that no, that's not correct. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Because he said, "Oh no, you never talk to me anyways." But I think because he imagined it so often, he just assumed that was just his imagination saying that as well. You know what I mean? That's why he didn't freak out about the fact that the wolf actually talked. So, but God, and then to find out that his village left him to take care of the elderly people who were basically left to die because they knew there was no way for them to continue living there. But they made a trek, and so the boy decided he was going to make a trek, and then found out that his village eventually they got to a certain point and they died. I mean, that was just and kudos to the story. Like kudos to the production team and the if this was based on a manga, I don't know what it was based upon, but whoever it was based upon, whoever's the original writer for this or whatever, kudos to them because you felt everything from this. Like there was dialogue in this, but there was hardly any because the boy kept talking to himself and answering himself. But you felt so much for this kid that we don't even know his name. We never knew his name.
Yeah.
But it just God and I knew going along. Like I'm thinking to myself, I already made the connection before we even got there. Like I was like after he said that because the wolf, said for him not to go or whatever originally, and he stayed to take care of the elderly who then you see the graves and you're like, oh, they died. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, they left him, but I guarantee you they're not alive. I guarantee you. And he started making that track. I'm like, oh, is he gonna find him? Is he gonna find something from him? And then when he comes up to that and then sees the rest of the graves, I'm like, oh no, we got there. And but he still you knew his mind had slipped. I knew his mind had slipped at that point. He was long gone at that point because he showed nothing. He was dead inside. Like he even kept up the whole charade of just like, oh hey, da 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 da, and I'm like, it's over. And I'm like, and then he's like, I'm gonna make it back, and you saw the struggle that he had in order to do that. And then the wound that he had gotten too, and I'm like, oh, this is just compounding issues. This is just making things so much worse. And then that very last part of it, and eventually, the fact that he died and passed on, and you see him in spirit meeting up with the other villagers, and then actually meeting other people or whatever. And I'm like, you know what? At least they did that. At least they kind of showed him moving on, but actually in peace.
Yeah.
Because oh my god, when he was making and then you saw all the ones he was making murals of all the people in the village out of his own blood. That was his own blood. And I'm just sitting there looking at it going, at that point I'm like, oh, I already knew. I'm like, you lost it. You have been isolated for far too long, you know. And then when his alarm system went off or whatever, and he thought somebody had entered a different home or whatever, so he went to go look, and he ended up being just a fish had been caught on another line system that he didn't know about. But the fact that he stood at that door before he walked in and said, "Please," that one word, because you knew how much he wanted there to be another person there. And I didn't even realize when he saw the wolf come through that apparently the wolf had gone off for like 2 months. But the fact that he had come when he came back as the other being or entity or whatever, but his reaction to it, I look back on it and went, he'd probably almost given up. The way he acted, the way he was trying to say to him like, "I'm so happy to see you." I didn't realize how much that was until he started explaining everything else, and I'm like, no wonder why he was so happy, because at least it was a creature, a being of some sort. I
Yeah.
mean, it it wasn't what he needed, but at least it was helping him move along. But at that point, I think he had already given up on everything else. That's why he made that trek that he did. So, I mean, yeah, that was. And then to see the being then take the form of the boy, I'm like, okay. To me, at this point, and I don't even know how far along this is going to end up going, but to me at this point, I almost perceive this going on like a Kino's journey kind of
Yep.
situation,
Yep.
where he's just going to continue meeting other people and seeing what their trials and tribulations are, and maybe helping out when he can or whatever. But it's going to be a situation where he's almost just a witness to these ongoing events. You know what I mean? So I this is by far like I think if my hero hadn't been on this season, this would pretty much top my list, honestly.
Yeah.
Because oh my, I see this going. This has so much depth to it and so much like God, when you can make someone feel something for a character that you only known for one episode and you hardly hear them talk
Yeah.
at all, but you feel that. Like that's why like at the end of it when the episode ended, I had to sit there and just gather my thoughts cuz I damn near broke down after that end part there cuz I was just like, "Oh my god. That is so sad." But that is some damn good storytelling.
Yeah. Like I I was just on the ride. I had no idea where it was going, what was gonna happen. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, he was talking about like maybe going on the trip, and then next thing you know, he's packing for the trip, and then he's on the trip, and then like he falls like I don't know how far into the trip, but he falls and like I was like, oh my god, he's gonna get hypothermia, and I'm like, you need to get in your tent and like build a fire, start drying off. I'm like immediately worried. Then he looks down at his leg, and I'm like,
Oh, you noticed too. I like the fact that they had it to where he got frostbite.
yeah,
You saw his fingers
yeah,
were red, and the fact that his nose was completely red too.
yeah, and I'm like, as soon as he got hurt, I'm like, oh, this is it. Like
Mhm.
it's only like a
Yeah,
little
we're
bit.
winding down the clock now at this point.
Yeah, I'm like the clock started as soon as I saw it. I was like, oh, I'm like, okay. I'm like, no, I'm not just wrapping it up. I'm like, okay, so we're gonna go like a little bit farther, and then he's just gonna pass out, and then the wolf's gonna, I guess, take his form because that's kind of what happened before. And then like we see, I don't know how many more rock markers that we see,
Mhm.
like, but then you see the one that's like xed out in blood, and I'm like, no. I'm like,
Because you know at that point that's as far as they got.
yeah. So I'm like,
You almost perceive like someone had made that marker of like someone was making those markers saying, "Oh, we're proceeding this way. This is the direction we're going. This is as sort of like a location or whatever." Um, but I feel like the one that had gotten X'd out, someone had made the marker beforehand, and
yeah,
then that was when everyone there before they continued their journey had just been like started dying.
yeah,
So as a last thing, someone came back and just X'd out that marker saying, "This is as far as we got. Don't go
yeah,
further. There's nothing there." And that's what I feel like happened there.
yeah. And it was like so many different things where it's like, if it was just regularly X'd out, you're like, okay, he has to somehow find the next marker.
Yeah.
But then X'd out in blood, and I'm like, oh no. And like the camp wasn't right there. Like,
No, it was a little further away.
and then it's like,
But with how much wood was there and how much like you saw like wheels and stuff like that or
yeah,
whatever, you knew that was like that had to have been the main party. Like that was the village part that had been going,
Yeah,
essentially.
and they kind of like trickled it to you because at first it was like a busted down wagon and like the graves, and then like it cuts to like the rest of the camp like a couple minutes later, and
Yeah.
then I was like, oh no, wait, there's more. Like
Yeah.
I love how they're like, oh man,
Oh yeah. This was done so well. Like this this is S tier like storytelling to me right
yeah,
now. I mean, you could do anything else in this, and the fact that the characters themselves are so compelling, and this entity and whatever it is, you want to know more about it. You want to know what's going on, why this entity is here, what its purpose is, or whatever. And this is what's gonna drive me to probably watch this entire series on this one.
yeah. And it's like, yeah, it's like he's like a just a observer, and
Yeah.
like you can tell that his intelligence is like slowly growing, and like he kind of gets what's going on. Because for me, I thought he was gonna build a camp like near where they ended, and then kind of just finish out everything there. But he's like, no, let's get back home, and
He
like
almost didn't make
I
that.
know, and like the wolf like pushed him on like just that little bit more,
Mm-hmm.
and then once he was there, then I'm like, um, I'm just worn out emotionally.
Yeah, because I mean, at that point, what's there left to do?
Yeah,
I mean, he had nothing else left, so
and it's like at every moment he was like, somebody's coming,
yeah,
and like he's like, I'm gonna make myself presentable for when they get here,
yeah.
and he's like, let me put on my best gloves and sit in my favorite chair. It's just,
Oh yeah.
I
Gosh. I mean, and like I said, they did it so well because you because he was talking to the wolf like he was an actual person, and there's reason behind that. Like you know that there's reason behind that because the fact that he felt the entire time like the wolf was talking to him. But and then to just delve deeper in the fact that he'd lost his mind at that point. But because the fact that he was talking to the wolf and putting forward his thoughts out into the ether because of that, you understood where he was coming from and everything that he was doing, and you felt it that much more because of it. So, yeah, no, that's A+ storytelling. This is just
think this may win the award for best first episode.
yeah. And I mean, depending upon how the rest of the series goes, I would say, I mean, this would definitely be a contender for top 10
Yeah,
animes because this when you drag me into it so hard, I can't help but say this has easily got to be a top 10 anime.
yeah.
So
All right. Everybody, do yourselves a favor. Also, get something fun to watch after this.
yeah, so far at least. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll have some fun a little bit later in this, but I have a feeling if this is their first episode, we're only setting the tone for however many episodes will come after this. So
Yeah. So A plus 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 plus. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is um. It's a long title. Um, I
so
decided to even take in a high school girl. I think.
yeah, this is one that Futter had actually been laughing at me about because she came over when I was watching the latest episode and go, "Wait, is that the title?" And I went, "Yep, that's the title." You sure? And I'm like, "Yep, no, that's the entire title. That's it right there." Uh, wow, this is yet another. I feel like is pretty deep in the um. Yeah, how many episodes have you watched? Just one.
just I basically watched only one episode of everything except for like My Hero. I watched the last episode that I missed, and then one episode, and then there's another show that I couldn't end right there. I was like, no, absolutely not. What happened? And then I watched the second one.
So this one I'm actually current on, and I said before when we were talking about this show coming up, I said depending upon how they do it, I would be very much intrigued to see how it goes. And I feel like my expectations were definitely met in regards to that because they definitely handled this really well, I feel like. Considering anime and considering how many tropes there are out there involving situations similar to this, I'm glad that we took this in a different direction than the tropes would typically say. Um, and I feel like there are so many deeper things happening here because so for those of you who've not watched this series, the first episode, the salaryman Yoshida, um, he ends up. You see him on a date with what you end up finding out to be his boss, actually.
Oh, that was his boss?
Yeah, that was his boss.
I
Um,
hate her.
so, so he ends up going out with her, and apparently had gone out with her numerous times, and eventually tries to say he'd like to take things, more than just them going out after work or whatever, and she rejects him. So, because of this, he calls a friend after he left, and they go out drinking. And eventually, his friend tells him, okay, you've had too much, you need to go home. So he does, and on his way home, comes across a girl in a school uniform sitting underneath a lamp post. Um, First, I mean, he asks her, what are you doing? And then tries to tell her that, well, she needs to go home, in which she basically offers herself to him, and he kind of looks at her and then just goes no, which bravo, I would say bravo for this anime taking that approach because one, like I said, animes are very much stereotypical in that regards, and they could have taken that in a different way. Two, he was drunk and also could have taken that in as far as the typical trope in that regards too. But he understands even through his drunken haze that there's something a little bit more going on, and actually kind of takes offense to her stance on that she can do what she was doing, which was offering herself up for basically a place to stay the night
Because it's been working.
because it's been working. And honestly, in that regards, I can see that as being true to life. And I really that in myself, I was like, his situation, and again, I've said this before, is a lot of times I put myself in situations um that characters in animes do, and especially when it comes to like slice of life, real life, and situations. And I honestly can't say I wouldn't have done the same thing, and honestly wouldn't have felt the same thing he did, because it's true. I guarantee you that people will have done that, and even in our world in real life, would have easily have accepted her and done whatever to her just for her to have a place to stay for the night, essentially. And the fact that he felt so indignant from her by that, and felt that she was belittling herself, and then said, "You know what? You're gonna come with me," and took her in. Um,
And not
so
only belittling herself, but just thinking that he's just a guy. And
that would just the same thing all the other guys would do.
yeah, like
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Um, so there throughout this, So it's not to say that. So he does. He does try to figure out what's going on, because obviously there's something deeper going on. He mentions her parents a couple of different times, and it's been brought up. But every time it's been brought up, she doesn't say anything bad about her parents, but all of her answers are very generalized. So I feel like there's something more going on there. And the way that she has been brought up and her mentality about the fact that if someone is given something, they have to give something equally, you know, as far as recompense for that, I feel like has some previous repercussions, and the way that she freely gives herself up in that regards, I also feel like there is some back history to that as well. So I don't know if this is alluding to some form of abuse, or there's something more sinister going on. But we
Manipulation
just
at the very least.
at the very least, um, and it just intrigues me to want to know what's going on and where this is going. Um, I will say, and honestly, you said the fact that you didn't like his boss. So as the story has progressed,
I forgot about her.
as the story has progressed, there has been one of his coworkers who has taken an interest in him. One of his juniors, who again, so this is a guy who is not like your stereotypical guy who's not about the, oh, I want to take a woman, or yeah, he is what in every sense of the word, and even in, I think if he were to be in our world itself, a nice guy.
Gentlemen.
He's a gentleman. He has standards, he has morals, he has an understanding, and he's not about to just do a lot of what you find a lot of stereotypical guys to do. And because of that, then his junior kind of takes an interest in him and whatnot. And you end up kind of finding a little bit more about his boss, where most recently she once again invited them out to dinner after work and kind of said that, I do have feelings about you, but I have intuition, and my thought at the time, the way she described it, I almost feel like this. She rejected him not because she actually had a boyfriend, because she says she doesn't. She rejected him because she felt like it was a too good to be true situation. And that she actually does have feelings for him, but she felt it was a too good to be true situation kind of thing.
Wait. So she doesn't have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Oh.
She made it. She in the most recent episode said she made it up. She made it up because it was a gut punch reaction when he said what he did, that she felt like it was too good to be true, and if she accepted him at that time, it would ruin everything. But because his junior has been kind of making moves on him, and she sees this, she feels like she lost the opportunity and doesn't want to not say what she actually truly feels. She's now trying to be more honest with herself about it. But then again, now you have this high school girl who is still living at his place, and she got a part-time job from where I'm at, um, and made a friend who said something to him about the fact that she has many different smiles and to be careful about that. And I feel like, so And here again, I feel like there's something
This show
more,
sounds like it's gonna be good.
there's something more that has happened because while she was alone, because he went out to dinner with his boss again, she had like a flash at some point, and a girl's voice called out her name, and while she was eating dinner alone, and immediately ran to the bathroom and started throwing up, and then said, "If he was here, this wouldn't have happened." But then said, "I can't keep blaming other people for this." So oh god, there's like, I don't know if the girl was a friend of hers from her previous life, or if it was a maybe like her sister potentially, and maybe something happened to her that was her, that she perceives as being her fault, and her parents, she feels like, I don't know, maybe I'm reaching here on this, but I don't know. Maybe she feels like something that happened to her sister, if that was her sister, and she feels at fault, and her parents are trying, like she feels like her parents should be more on to her because of that, but they don't see it as her fault. You know what I mean? So maybe her parents are nice, but she feels like because of what happened, they shouldn't be. You know, there are a lot of there's a lot of intrigue going on here, and I feel like she's seeing him as a potential salvation, but if he starts finding his own happiness, it will drag her down further
There's
because now
also
she's trying to find her own happiness through him. You know what I mean?
yeah. There's also like another thing with that hypothetical situation with the parents where if that is her sister, maybe she was like the unspoken favorite and they don't even bother like
I
trying
mean,
to hide it.
and that could be the case too. Is like they don't necessarily abuse her, but they neglect her, I guess.
Yeah.
Essentially. So
And
they're
then
not being overtly mean. They're being kind of under the table, kind of mean, kind of situation
yeah. And then now that something
where
happens
like
to the sister.
she lives there or whatever, but they don't act like she's there. Essentially, maybe,
Yeah. And then
you know,
it's gotten worse.
maybe. So I mean, there's a lot going on. Like
Yeah.
there is a hell of a lot going on here, and I'm more than a little intrigued to see how this is all going to pan out because I feel like there are so many threads here. I mean, the girl herself is a ball of mystery, essentially,
Yeah.
and I get, like, you would think as a person he would probably try to probe more about that and try to find out more information, but I also get that he probably also perceives it as if he tries to probe too hard, it might have the opposite effect that he wants it to have. So he tries to kind of like, I almost feel like he thinks that if he can change her perception of herself and value herself more, that whatever else is happening, maybe he doesn't see all the stuff else that's happening because she kind of hides it from him too. But I would also think that he would maybe think that if he tries to push it, it just might get worse. I don't know. Or if he tries to make her better, maybe she'll be more forthcoming with the information, and he might be able to help her out. So I don't know. It's intriguing me for sure, and I'm all about trying to like. I almost feel like this is a situation of oh god, that one anime where the guy comes back to his hometown and tries to meet up with his friends, but then ends up finding out that so many of them had like problems while he was gone, and like one of them like a real serious one too. But like the description of the anime that didn't lead that to as like you thinking that. It seemed very blasé until you started going further and further into it, and you started seeing the truth as it happened. I feel like this is gonna kind of like the more we go into it, the more the truth is gonna start to kind of unravel itself, and we're just gonna be left with this like huge bomb of a plot twist at some point and you're just gonna be like, oh my god, like
Yeah.
it's just gonna hit like a freaking nuke, and you're just gonna sit there like, holy crap.
Yeah, I feel like just one small thing's gonna happen and be like, fuck no.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that so he gives her a phone at one point because she didn't have a phone, and that's why he's been communicating and letting her know like, oh, hey, I'm gonna be late, or don't expect me till this time, and then said, hey, he originally texted her and said, hey, I was running late, I'm getting off work now, I'll be home in a bit. So that's when she started getting dinner ready, and then his boss ends up getting him and saying, hey, I want you to come with me, and then all the things happen with her, and he let the girl know, hey, my boss, we're going out to dinner, but she already kind of knows, from the first episode, she knows that he had like a thing for his boss because he kind of said that, and the fact that he goes and says by her name, says, hey, I'm going out to dinner with so and so, and her reply made it sound like she was okay with that, but the way she said what she, like, her saying it out loud and the way she said it, you're like, oh, she's not okay with that. And then the fact that as she's eating dinner, because she's like, oh, I guess I'm eating alone, and then that whole thing happens where that flash of memory happens with the other girl, and then she ends up running to the bathroom and throwing up. I'm like, there is, God, there is way more going on here, and I feel like she's leaning on, now that she has somebody who actually shows that they're a decent person and actually seems like they might care. She might be leaning on him because of that, and doesn't if he falls through or doesn't live up to that, that's going to have an adverse effect, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
So
I'm also worried because just that situation of a minor living with a female that's a minor living with an adult male, like as soon as he's like, come to my place, I'm like, don't, no. I was like, no, that never ever turns out well. And then his best friend, like, or his coworker, says that, and then
yeah,
like in the background, there's like little tiny seeds, and this trail's leading somewhere, and like he reads like some guy was arrested by with the 17-year-old girl. I'm like, I don't like this. I
yeah.
don't like where these seeds are leading. So it's like this overarching dread that I feel just from the
Yeah,
first episode.
and that could be the case too. Is like, eventually it might come out that somebody might slip up and say something, and the police end up getting involved. You know, or it might come back to the family, and for some reason the parents don't like the fact that she's being sheltered or something like that, and find out that she's being sheltered by him, so end up calling the police on him. I mean, yeah. I mean, and by law, that's not wrong,
Yeah.
you know. So if the parents actually are being very malicious towards their daughter and whatnot, and end up finding out where she is, and then find out what that she's being taken care of, and then maybe that was the sister, and then because of that she feels like she doesn't need to be taken care of or whatever, so they they call the police on him.
Yeah.
That could happen, and God, that would be such a like the guy's just trying to be nice and help.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I wasn't sure how this show would play out. I thought it would kind of be like how some of the other shows are. It's like a cutesy romance that's over a subject that's a bit taboo.
mm-hmm.
And other shows that happen like this, like there was one where the student liked the teacher,
Mm-hmm.
and like the teacher was like a single father or something like that, and she kind of like helped him around the house and stuff like that. And it was just kind of like a cutesy romance that didn't really turn anywhere serious. This seems like a more realistic, based in life, very serious drama. And
Oh,
I'm like, I didn't finish the other show, but this show I'm like fully intrigued and I'm like stressed out. So I'm like, it's something bad's coming. And
yeah. And you like it's one thing to think of something bad's gonna happen and the guy's like a jerk or the girl doesn't, you feel like is being like too prim and being kind of bratty or something like that. But both main characters, the guy and the girl, they're not bad people, and you really feel that way. Like they do a good job of portraying that there's no malicious, like even though she offers, and she does even in another situation, offers herself to him again, even though he said to her, "Do not do that, or I'm going to kick you out," and everything. You understand where she's coming from with this because she's had situations like that where she's offered herself and people have accepted. So the fact that he is one of the rare situations in this world, in this day and age, where he's actually a gentleman and has some morals and some standards and says, no, I will not, you know, go with you, sleep with you, she confuses her.
especially
And it,
because he's not like just straight up no. Like every time he's shocked and there's a piece of his mind, but he's like, no, that's not the right thing to do.
yeah.
And he's like,
And
no.
and see that to me, I'm like, that's a realistic thing.
Yes.
If you have a beautiful girl standing in front of you, you're not gonna just be like, oh no, 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 like you're gonna look and be like stunned for like half a second, and then that thought will cross your mind. But then again, that moral compass of you then should come in and be like, no, that's wrong. That's not what this needs to happen. And that's what happens. And I feel like that is as realistic of a situation as you can come across, where that should be the case. And it's sad the fact that probably more times than not, the other situation happens. So,
This is another very well executed show, and I'm very very intrigued to see what happens next.
despite its long and ridiculous title.
The trend of longest title.
God.
All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Leave Me Alone, Nagatoro-san, or whatever it's called. It's the English translation of this.
I started watching this and I couldn't. It's not to say that it's bad. It's just the fact that like I feel like I have to be in the right mindset, and then having watched stuff like the previous anime that we were talking about,
Yeah.
and then moving on to this, it didn't feel right.
Yeah. I watched it the other way around. So I watched this one first, and I was like, okay. And then I watched the other one, and I'm like, okay, this is good.
Yeah. Well, it's not to say that this one isn't good. It's just to say that it's not. It has. When watching the previous one and then watching this one, like you watch the previous one with the expectation of thinking of, like we said, the typical anime tropes and everything like that. This one revels in the typical anime tropes. I feel like this is the one where we're like, we have the girl who's just mentally as
Bully.
yeah, and just makes fun of the guy and torments him. I feel like there's more going to that as well, but at the same time, I couldn't help myself but think like, really, this is where we're going. Like I knew it going into it because I saw the preview, but it went so hard into it that I'm just like, I can't right now. I can't get into it at the moment.
Yeah. So I was curious about because this is a type of show where there's this girl who's always teasing this boy, and I've seen other versions of this. There's one that's super adorable, and this one's not adorable. uh, but I'm intrigued with this one because I'm intrigued with this one because of the interplay between the two characters. So the guy, I wasn't sure why. Like there's always a reason why they're like a character's a certain way. And they did a little bit of a backstory for him that kind of like just answered that question. I'm like, okay, it's always been this situation, and he's kind of built his life in a way to where he doesn't come across those types of interactions anymore. And then this girl just loves teasing, easy targets, and he like checked all of her teasing boxes. She's like, he does this, 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 and he's like, let me go test it out. And it's just like hook, line, and sinker. And she left her group of friends and is like, I got my new target. One thing that I do that is like that keeps me interested and not just immediately turned off, because there's been other shows where it's just like tormenting the character, and I'm just like, I don't feel good about this at all. There has to be some kind of give and take, a little bit of like you rubbing off on me, I'm rubbing off on you kind of thing. And with her messing with him every day, he's building confidence in us, like by effect. Like, and then he does like say certain things that like throws her off for it like half a second. And then she immediately comes up with like a counterpunch to it. So it's I don't know. It's kind of like a boxing match. It's like she'll throw a jab and just knocks him down, and then she'll throw a hook and he kind of like dodges it, kind of, and then she'll hit him with another jab and he's back down. And I'm like, it's weird. I like how she has to be on her feet a little bit because he'll throw her off. And that, I don't know, that's the one thing that like interests me, because I'm wondering like how are they going to end up at the end of the series. It's like he going to be much more confident than he used to be, and is she going to actually like start liking him, or are they going to stay the same? And that's the only thing that would like disappoint me, or if it turns way more raunchy than it is and like doesn't go anywhere. Like I'm very interested because I feel like there's some development about to take place, and I'm curious where it's gonna go.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I know I've seen little clips and such on YouTube I've come across, and I've kind of just clicked on just to kind of see what happens or what's going on in certain situations. I do know that he tries to set her up with another person to try to tease the crap out of, but I guess because when you said that before about the fact that he checks off all of her boxes on why she wants to tease him and everything like that, the person he tried to set her up with to try to get her to start teasing that person instead didn't do it for her.
Yeah.
And she just immediately rejected him, essentially. So, but it seemed like he was, I don't know, you may be right in that regards, because he may end up like he's trying actively to stop her or to at least put up blockades for her. And I figure that maybe during the course of things, because of that, he'll try to actually, he'll get to know her more because of that. So that might be his way of actually being able to kind of figure her out, and then through that actually try to either A, become more of a opposition towards her, or B, maybe end up actually getting feelings for her and her through him, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it could be the case, but like I said, it just, and like I said, I didn't necessarily think of it as a bad thing, but I watched probably like the first I don't know, 10 minutes of the first episode, and I couldn't, because again, I came off of the previous anime and was just like, I can't take this in the right mindset that I know it needs to be in.
Yeah.
And again, like you said too, I also feel like there have been, especially as of late, there have been enough animes that have dealt with bullying as of late. And I definitely feel like that topic needs more light in it, because that's still something that happens even in this day and age. And I feel like that should have been something that we got rid of a long time ago. And the fact that it's still prevalent and people still make light of it really kind of infuriates me, because it's something that's pretty serious. So, but I get, there's a fine line between teasing and bullying. Like, you can tease somebody and mean it in a fun way or in jest or whatever, and then you can also go too far to where it crosses that line into bullying, and I think that needs to be frowned upon as well.
Yeah. Um, this show approached the line to where I was gonna turn it off. Probably. Well, it's the same joke that they did like 2 days in a row,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like she told like teases him to a certain point, and then she's like, goal accomplished, and like walks away, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
and then it happens again, but something in the process like let me know that it's changing,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm like, where are we going?
Mm-hmm.
And I can see I can see things evolving, and I can see, like, especially how you said, like, he gets someone else for her to tease. It's like, okay, he's starting to stand up more for himself, and he's also getting used to her. So this like initial goal that she had, like, seems like it's gonna change. Like, I don't know. This if it didn't like if I didn't see anything changing, I wouldn't have finished the first episode. Like, there's been many shows where I'm just like, I'm done. like
Yeah.
I'm just,
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I won't support this at all. And it's
No,
not
yeah.
that I'm supporting teasing or anything. It's just I I don't want to waste my like certain things. I'm like, this is a waste of my time. I want to see something that teaches me something, and like parts of his personality. I kind of like how what the Watamote show, how a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people say I can't watch this because that's me. Like, some, and it's like awkward, and they just feel like I just can't. Like, some of his behaviors like mirror mine,
Mm-hmm.
and because I've never been in that situation, I don't feel turned off by it. But I don't know. It's kind of like, oh, so in this situation, you do that. Okay, take it. No, it's just this weird, like, I don't know. This is I feel like I'm learning something watching their interactions.
Well,
And
and I will say this, because we talked about it before in another, where you have situations that are, some people look at it as just it's black and white, and there's no room for gray. And I feel like that is also a problem with kind of the world in a lot of sense, is that we do kind of see things in black and white without seeing the gray parts as it is. And I like the idea that he has, like, being teased the way he is allowing him to mature and gain experience and kind of gain his confidence, and he can kind of fight back in that regards. Because I feel like that also kind of shows that, you know it's something that's not un like, you can overcome it. You can't, you can, it's not an impossible goal to reach to overcome it.
yeah,
And
like in Reincarnated, I'm like, that's something where it's like, what do you even do?
Yeah, you're talking about the jobless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because in that situation, I would be like, I don't know if I almost kind of feel for him because in that situation, I'm like, I don't know if I would do any better.
Yeah.
He made himself into a hermit and kind of, disgusted with himself and doing things he probably knew he shouldn't. But at the same time, it's like, do you go out into the world and let yourself be ridiculed in that same sense again? Because the minute you put yourself out there, people are going to do the same exact thing. And it's going to happen all over again. Because he was already getting people who kept coming to even the gate in his driveway and continuing to do that. So, you're right. In that sense, it's like there's certain extent points that you got to be like, what do you do in those situations? But, and as long as it never really crosses that line, I feel like growing and learning to ride that, to be in that gray area and fight back in a sense that yes, you're kind of making it to where you're almost no better than them, but you're being able to fight on an even playing field, and you eventually end up getting to that point where they do lose interest. And I've always told people when it comes to bullying and stuff like that, that if you don't give them what they want, they'll leave you alone. Because a lot of times, and it's not all occasions, but I want to say a good 85-90% of them are looking for a specific reaction. And giving that to them is what causes them to continue. By denying them that, they'll never come back because now you're not fun anymore to them. You know? So just maybe have gone a little far askew off topic on this, but
Turned
you
into
know,
life lessons.
yeah. But at the same time, I think it's something that needs to be talked about with something like this, especially with, as of recently, a lot of the animes have kind of been touching on this subject a lot, and this does kind of go into that same genre because, like we said before, it's when it's for you can say, oh, it's teasing, oh, because like that goes back to like. And they even make the comment in the synopsis on this is, oh, or maybe she secretly likes him. It's like, yeah, is this like the situation where the little boy is going up and like, hurting the little girl or whatever, or pushes her down or whatever, simply because, oh, he quote unquote likes her or something like that? Do you condone that sort of behavior, or do you tell them there's a better way? Do you go, hey, you gotta, you can't do that and think of it as, oh, this person likes you or whatever. You gotta actually be the better person. So it's something that does need to get discussed. But in this sense, I don't know. I feel like maybe it does kind of border on that line, like you said, in some situations. But if, as long as it doesn't cross over, and that line is different for every person. That line you can think of it as, oh, he's what I may think of crossing that line may be different from what you think of crossing that line, and it doesn't make it any you more correct than I, or mine more correct than you. It just means that there's just different ways of looking at it. But again, I definitely think that this is the sort of anime that I don't necessarily have a problem with, but it definitely needs that. I definitely need to be in more of a right mental state to appreciate it for probably what it does. So.
Yep. All right. The next show I'm going to be talking about is How Not to Summon a Demon Lord, Season 2.
And now we go in a different direction. So I would say this. In the first season of this show, they definitely went. I feel like there were times I skipped over parts because I feel like they went too raunchy, too far, and we hit a point, and I'm just like, there's no reason why we needed to go here. There's no reason why we needed to hit this situation. Why are we doing this? This is wrong. Da 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 da. Um, but I continued to watch it because it did have very interesting and very good fantasy elements to it that I thought, I'm like, if you were to get rid of the lewdness that you have here or tone it down at the very least, it would be amazing in a lot of ways. You just go one step too far. And there's still like a scene even from the first one that I reference go back to watch because I'm just like, that was so awesome. That was so cool to watch. You know, when he flexes his power and does the freaking supernova wave out and just annihilates monsters. And the way it happened, I still think back on that moment and I'm just like, oh, that was such a cool moment. Are there situations like that in this series so far in the second season? Yes. But at least for the time being, and I've only watched 3 to 4 episodes of this, I think, it seems like they're maybe toning it down just a bit. And they're like, yeah, there are some little, fan servicey moments, situations, or whatnot, but it seems like, at least for now, the fantasy elements and the story is actually being more the focal point, and I appreciate that. I do. So for right now, at least, the story at this point, he came across a it was never a mentioning from the very first season, but there is a religion in this world, and it seems like the religious order that is the primary religion of this world is corrupt. The priestess that he ends up coming across is kind of the one, I guess you could say, shining light in this. She actually is more of what she kind of is the more of like what I would feel like if someone was actually, even in our world and day and age, said they were devout religious, she would encompass that. You know, she actually shows the virtues of what a lot of religions say they should be, and practices, and is very selfless, and all this, and he is trying to help her in that regards. What's interesting so far is that in the course of what he's done so far, he's actually found, I guess, because in the game that he had been playing previously that this world's based upon, he had a dungeon that was his dungeon, and I guess it actually had relics that he was keepsaking inside of it, and he's traveled to a different part of the world he was in originally. And someone came across and said that there was a dungeon that no one has been able to, that has only recently surfaced and no one has been able to defeat. And they only got down to a certain level, and he described what was on that level, and it clicked with him, and he realized that was his dungeon. And now he's kind of intrigued and wanting to actually go into it to kind of see what is in there and what it's all about. And at this point, there's a curse that's been placed upon the priestess, and one of the items in his dungeon can actually heal her. So now he's kind of on a mission now to actually go there and do that.
So when you say it's his dungeon, is it something that he set up, or is it something that's assigned to him? Like,
it's been a little vague on that. It seems like it might have been like his domain, I guess, in a sense. Like maybe the final level was just like his quote unquote room or whatever, and he kept his treasures there or whatever that he wasn't using, because he has like the things he has on him, like his cloak and his horns and everything, they're actually items, and they have certain magical abilities and things that they give to him. More recently, like I ended up finding out that his cloak is actually or no, not his cloak, his horns actually have a healing effect, and that his cloak actually has it to where I might be mixing two. I don't remember for sure, but his cloak actually has it to where he can take a mortal, what would be a mortal wound, and still only have 1 HP remaining.
Okay.
Like it'll keep him from actually dying all the way, but it's only like a one-time save sort of situation.
Okay.
And then that's when like his other item will kick in and actually start doing a regenerative to start healing him back up to where he should be. So, which ended up being a case in one situation where that happened, and it was quite the spectacle for sure.
Okay.
Um, and then yeah, again, it's intriguing to me to see. I'm like, it seems like we had a lot of setup in the first season, and
Mm-hmm.
now the second season's actually getting to a point where we're actually like, okay, this is where we're actually potentially heading, and the reasoning behind why we did what we did. So, as I said, that intrigues me, and I hope that it continues along that path. I hope that we have um, more focus just purely upon the fantasy elements and the magic, and maybe even finding out why he was brought, or like how he was brought there, or if this is actually the game, or if how this reality is the way it is. Um, I mean, because obviously he was summoned, but like, how was he summoned, or why was he summoned? Were they able to pull somebody who was a player from this game, and how this was a game to begin with, and yet now this is his actual world. This is the world he lives in, sort of thing. So yeah, all in all, it's an interesting thing, and I hope to see more going into that. But I guess the first part of the first season definitely had it in one direction and kind of seemed very similar, but it was the second half of this first season that definitely went and pushed that far beyond where it needed to go. So I'm hoping that's not going to be a trend and we're just setting up for that, but I guess we'll see.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we are just about halfway through. Did you want to take a quick break?
Yeah, I could probably get some more water.
Yeah, I need some water too. All right. We will be back in just a couple minutes. And we're back. Oh crap! Why did I turn off the picture? We were on this. Okay, the next show we're gonna be talking about is what if full dive VR is worse than real life?
So
It's a really long title.
yeah. I think when asking about when telling Flutter about the other show with the high school girl, I mentioned this show I think as well as the other title this season that's really long. I I don't know about this one. I really don't. This one's kind of a question mark for me, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily think of it as bad, and it kind of intrigues me to a certain extent, but I'm not sure about the characters.
yeah.
I
This
guess
is
that's where my question mark I think ends up being.
this show is basically how I feel like I feel the same way about this show as you felt about an earlier show, where it's like don't know fully, like just like how you said, it's intrigues, but then I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fully like any of the characters yet.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Um,
The white haired chick was definitely one that I was like, I don't like you. I mean, but like I know that's what she was meant to be. Like she was meant to be pushy and she was meant to be like the way she was. But I think I kind of had like my own flashback of certain situations when I've been in that situation, and I'm like, oh, you suck. You just forced him into that. You suck.
yeah,
You know. So I
yeah,
think that might be where that comes from. Um, so I mean, it's intriguing, I will say, because I always kind of wondered half to myself, like how far we could progress in our own technology for like virtual reality and stuff like that. Like I always flash back to like the previous thought of it was where how it went really intense was Lawnmower Man. I don't know if you remember that movie.
I don't think I've seen it.
That was like in the 90s, I want to say. But it was a movie where you had like these suits that you would wear, and you were suspended in like this almost cage thing that you would roll around. And, like you had freedom of movement, I guess, to a certain extent, kind of sort of situation. But that's why it allowed like a full deep dive into like virtual world sort of situation.
Okay.
So, and that's kind of what this one's portraying is that we're like so immersed in this game. And it's funny too because I've made a comment about this too because games I feel like as of late have been divergent to what games originally were meant to be. Like we were meant to enjoy ourselves playing games.
Yeah,
It was supposed to be about the fun
yeah,
of being able to immerse ourselves into another world to gain a sort of exodus to our own and then be able to enjoy whatever it is that we want to do. And I feel like there's like a fine line between that, which I think is where this my curiosity and my kind of wanting to do where this is going too, because I feel like this is a question I've pondered to myself many a times. How far do we go, and where is it going to diverge away from? Is so realistic, but now is it no longer fun?
mm,
You know, and I think this is where this is kind of an interesting plot point. But so like when he went there, when he first woke up in the town, and he immediately was like, "Oh, I got to venture off to so and so." My initial thought, because he was told this was the beginner town. This
yes.
was the beginner town, and I'm like,
Welcome to the area.
and I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, what if nobody's progressed past the beginner town? What if it's so scary and there's potential for so much pain that nobody wants to go out there? So there's like, that's why like their initial reaction when he was like, "Hey, I want to go to so and so town," and they just like jaws agape and we're like, "Oh my god, are you unwell? What is wrong with you?" And I'm like, the minute that happened, I'm like, I bet you no one's gone outside this town. I bet you like there was one person maybe a long time ago who went out and then maybe managed to make it back safely and went, "Don't go out there. Whatever you do, you're not gonna make it. Don't go out there."
Or
Um,
anybody who tried never made it.
yeah,
If
yeah,
one of the monsters made it in town, so then they're like, we need to put up walls.
yeah. We need to like. There's just no. Mm-mm. So yeah, I feel like the main character just. I don't know. Again, maybe it's too early to tell. Maybe I need a couple episodes with the characters because the main character seems very lackluster.
I've been fully on board with what he's saying, and then fully, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, like when he was in the store and the lady was trying to sell him the thing, I'm like, why aren't you answering his question? I'm like, I thought he was like, oh, I just happened to come across. I thought he was actually looking for this game.
Mm.
Like,
Well, he was. He was looking for the new release of the game.
yeah. Well, I think it's a different game.
Well, yeah, what he was given was a totally different game.
Yeah, I thought he was looking for the game that he actually ended up getting.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought
no,
I
no,
thought
no.
number 23 was like, we finally perfected it, and it's so far beyond what we've been doing before. Number 23 is perfect. I thought
And
that's what he went into the store
and
to
it's
get.
funny too because they're playing off of the trope,
Oh yeah.
obviously of they're basically playing off of Final Fantasy first and foremost.
Uh,
That's one thing because Final Fantasy has so many numbers that they've
yes.
gone across. So they're obviously playing upon Final Fantasy, and they're playing off of what some people have said because there have been people who have said before that previous iterations of Final Fantasy, when they were a kid and they started playing it, were way better than what the current versions of Final Fantasy have produced.
Mhm.
And what she was saying is like, oh, you're just going along with it because you've always gone along with it, and it's just the title of. And I thought about it as like, you think about it, it's like, yeah, it's the name brand, so you're just like, oh, this is going to be the best of the best. But you,
Yeah.
deep inside, if you really were honest with yourself, you'd be like, no, it actually has been like degrading and slowly sucking this entire time. But they just keep pumping out more and more and more. Also, you could think of it almost like Call of Duty in that sense of that situation.
Mhm.
They keep pumping out more and more and more, and they keep getting worse and worse and worse as we progress. Um, and yeah, but then it's like you realize that the reason why she was saying all that, or she was trying to get him to get that, was because she's in the game, she's playing the game, and no one else is playing the game, and she wants someone else to play with.
Yes.
So, but again, like the character, there's nothing outstanding about him. He's so ununique that I just feel like he's just kind of like, eh. Like there's that little backstory about him in track, and I feel like there's something going on there
Yeah.
that I kind of want him to go into, which I feel like may, because they put such a bulletin point on it in the beginning, I feel like eventually we'll get there with that. But because they keep like sidetracking it so much, I'm just like, come on, really? When it, let's get to the point. Let's get to it. Um, see, and like the characters, like I hated his teacher, the one that was sitting with him in the very beginning. I hated his teacher because again,
Oh.
he made the comment about the fact that his teacher was trying to help him, and yet all he was doing was reading off of the book that he had literally sitting right next to him in the first place. That he keeps looking over at, going, "You're trying to quote unquote motivate me by reading the title of the freaking book that you're reading." And then on top of that, like his motivation was like so like what is it? What's the term for it? It's like you're trying to, but you're also being very opposite of what you're doing at the same time. Because he's like, "Oh, you gotta work through this. You gotta look past this." But if I was in your situation, I would totally be just defeated and never have the chance to ever do everything ever again because that was so humiliating and so. And I'm just like, "Oh my god, dude, just shut up, just shut up." I'm sitting here going, "Shut up, shut up, shut up."
Yeah, I was like, why are you making it relive it?
Shut up, shut up. You know. And then he comes across bullies. Here again, another thing about bullies, who essentially is the reason why he didn't get the game in the first place because they took money from him.
And he's so
And
used to it that he didn't know how much money he was giving them.
yeah, he just did it out of hand, you know. And then he obviously has a friend who's still in track, because they wanted to. They're trying their best to try to convince him to come back to it in a way, but they know that like they'll try it and he'll immediately reject it, and they know not to push because it never does anything. I'm sure.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's things in it that intrigue me, and it kind of makes me want to watch it. And I kind of want to see the reasoning behind why someone made this game that is so unplayable or unbeatable because of how realistic it is, and no one has fun playing it because of that. I kind of want to see where that progresses to. But at the same time, so far, these characters have just been ugh. I mean, if I'm just being honest about it, ugh.
And it's weird because it's like I feel like every character has like two sides to him. Like with the teacher, I'm like, I see that he means well.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He's like, it's my job to get the students to do their best. So I'm going to read this book. I don't understand this book. But this book says these phrases, and these phrases are good phrases. So I'm going to tell them to the students.
Yep.
So I'm like, oh, you adorable man. Like, you're trying.
Yeah.
You were doing a terrible, terrible job.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
put you in this position? You should be the gym teacher.
Mm-hmm.
You might be the gym teacher. You're probably filling in.
Honestly, yeah, probably.
No, but you're probably filling in for this position, and you just grab the book and you're trying your best. Like, I applaud that. Mm-hmm. You're not doing a good job. The main character. Sometimes I'm on his side. Sometimes I'm not on his side. Like, out when he was going to get the game, I'm like, you should have just went like, what? How, is that? Was that your allowance? Do you have a part-time job? Can you? If you wait a couple days till you get the money, is it gonna suck because all the people who joined in the first day are gonna like get all the best stuff and like come in the game with the second wave of people? Is just gonna be a bad experience. So you need to get the game like day one. I understand that. Once you're in the game, you seem like you've played games long enough to where you would know that everybody's doing certain things in the game for a reason. So if you're like, everybody's like, no, don't go outside. Be like, why?
Yeah.
Don't like dismiss what they're saying and be like, I'm gonna go. Like you can't tell me not to go because I'm gonna go. Like, so
There's
I'm like,
obviously a reason why they don't want you to go.
Yeah. So that part, I'm like, all right, he's just stubborn and annoying. And then the lady that sold him the book, I'm like, she was very, very pushy. That's probably why that shop is still in business.
Probably, yeah.
And then once she was actually in the game, I'm like, you shouldn't sell games. You should be a Twitch streamer because once you're in the game, you're actually kind of cool and nice and knowledgeable. Mm-hmm. So she comes up and she's like, oh, I'm here to help. And she's like, oh, what do we have? And he's like, oh, you must have done this. And he's like, no. She's like, oh, you must have done this branch. And he's like, He's like, oh, well, let me see. He's like, oh, you've done the worst thing. So it's like, as soon as she came in the game, first I'm like, oh, you're a support character? You chicken. Get a real character and like suffer like everybody else. So it's like I don't know. It's like I like half of each character.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And that's where I think my question mark for this is I keep thinking I'm like I kind of like where everything's at, but I kind of don't at the same time. This is a very hard place to be in. I kind of want to keep going with it, but at the same time, I'm like, my God, these characters kind of suck. But I feel like this is one of those that definitely, like, To Your Eternity. Okay, that one right away. I'm like, I'm hook, line, and sinker. We're gonna watch this whole thing. This is gonna happen, kind of situation. This one, I'm like, I think I have to give it that 3 episode thing and see where this goes. And I may end up dropping it after that 3 episodes, or I may end up continuing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it definitely seems to be one of those question marks where I'm like, I just don't know where it's going.
Yeah. It's like from the picture, I'm like, we've met half of the cast.
See, which is why I'm like, I feel like by stopping, I would be giving it a fair shakedown.
Yeah. And I'm like, I know one character is going to be way more extreme than all the other characters so far. And I'm just like, where is this going? Just straight up morbid curiosity.
Yeah.
And then the other character, I'm like, you seem the opposite of one of them. And I'm like, are you one of those like, you look plain and calm and cool, but you got something dark hidden in there that you don't really let people know about until they get to know you. And I'm like, So I don't know. Yeah, it's like the whole 3 episode thing. I'm like, let me meet the rest of the cast and then I'll decide.
Yeah, I feel like if by the 3 episode thing, if they haven't given me enough incentive if to at least know that there's going to be a change or give me more in depth on the characters themselves, then no matter what they do later on, it's just going to seem lackluster.
Cause yeah, they can give more information about the world, about like why it's so hard, how it's so hard to defeat, and then if 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 we don't want to go there with the characters, then it's kind of no
Well,
point.
and if they can't get me to really actually have more of an interest in the characters by the 3 episodes, if that's the case, no matter what they do later on, it just does the story or their progression is just going to seem just blah,
Yeah,
I'm like, you gotta, if you physically can't do that, then whatever else you're going to do, I'm not going to care about.
yeah. Like
So
I can't explore the world on my own, and y'all suck. So
yeah,
I'm gonna leave.
I'm out. I'm out. Apparently, there was a very good reason why your game was, yeah, because I'm already out. I'm done.
So yeah, uh, gotta give us some more episodes to see if this would be any good. All right. The next episode we're talking about show we're gonna be talking about is Mars Red.
Yeah. So, what did you think about this? Because I didn't watch it, but this was definitely one of those that was like, I think it was this one and the '86 that you
Okay.
said you were gonna watch. That I was like, maybe, but I have certain expectations on these sort of genres, and if they're not going to meet that expectation, I don't know if I'm really okay with it. And I think this was because this was a definite vampire anime.
Yeah.
I'm like, I mean, if you do something interesting with it, maybe. But you gotta bring it because my favorite vampire anime is Hellsing, and that's some high expectations for any sort of vampire type anime. So yeah, you better bring your A game here, people. That's all I'm saying.
Um.
Did they bring their A game or no?
um. They brought a chessboard.
Okay, that's a start, I think.
Um. So, side topic about what we had talked about before. This this show has an English dub, and when I started the episode, it was in English dub. So like it showed some scenery, and then it showed this one lady like reciting like a performance from a play, and it was all straight up in English, and I'm like, no. And it's like, it's not that it was bad. It's just I wasn't expecting. I was like, oh, this isn't in Japanese. I was just like, all right, and yeah, because when certain characters in anime are in plays, I'm expecting a specific sound, and it was like, oh, through the moon and the blah, and I'm like, wait a minute. So I'm like, all right, Japanese, start up. And then it was the sound of the enunciation and everything I was expecting. And I'm like, all right, now I know like what type of play this is just from the first couple words. So I'm like, okay, cool. I will probably not keep up with this show. Not that it's bad, but because I am not in the mood for a show like this. This show is very nicely animated. It is a very mature show. It's one of those like super realistic shows. It's based slightly in the past. Maybe like World War One or two. Like it like everybody has like a specific uniform that's not of this time. And I don't like that they refer to the vampires as vamps. I'm like, racist. It just feels like, quit saying it like that. It's a vampire. So the first episode is kind of like it felt like this episode was specifically for the commander in the first episode. Like this was his episode and like your introduction to the show. It is basically they ended up catching a vampire, or the vampire let itself be caught. And it lets you, like, without saying it, it showed how how strong the vampires are. And basically, they had her held captive at this. Do you remember another show where they kept like a hacker like underground, underwater, way down in this like chamber, so they couldn't she couldn't get out to like cause havoc?
I mean, I've known some like creatures or humanoid type monsters that they've done that with, but not a hacker.
Okay, I feel like there was a show that we had talked about before, and maybe it was Lupin or something like that, and like they had to keep that person like far away from technology, because as soon as they got like a small little like source or something, they could like cause havoc. But basically, they're keeping the vampire like way underground, and it's like it's so far underground that the main guy, the commander, speaks for you. So like he got reassigned to a new location, and he has this like one little I don't know, like an errand guy. Like he's like, I'm here. Like they have me come pick you up and show you around, and then I'm gonna go back to my position. Like is or I'm gonna be your like second in command or something like that. So basically, he like picked up the guy, brought him here. He's like, I'm gonna show you where we're keeping the vampire, and they go to this drawbridge, and it's like this. Also this whole first episode is real slow. So I'm like, I can't, I can't right now. So
So this is definitely a slow burner.
oh, very much. Very slow and dry. So they get to the drawbridge, that whole process, and then they get to this like thing that's like covering up this staircase, and like they open that, and then he looks down, and he's like, "Man, that's far down." I'm like, "Yeah, I know, right?" So then they cut to them at the bottom of the stairs, and then there's this like huge open area, and then they cut to them across the open area, and then they cut to them opening another door to another big area, then another door to another big area.
Take like 4 hours just to get to this
Yeah. It's like,
you know, I'd be thinking, and I'm like, you know, if I'm on an 8-hour shift, I'm gonna spend like half my damn time just going to the damn place and then coming back immediately afterwards.
And then leaving.
Yeah. He's good. All right, let's go.
So, and then as they're traveling, he's like explaining things, and he's like, yeah, if anything happens, then we'll flood the whole area. And I'm like, man, they're keeping something real secure. I'm like, I hope you're not anywhere down here when something goes wrong, because it's like, well, that's the end.
You're screwed.
So, yeah, and then he opens up another staircase, and I'm just like, oh my god. Then it's just door, safe. And I'm like, ah! So then he opened they go into the like this holding cell where they're keeping this female vampire, and she starts over the play that you were listening to at the very very first scene is her like reciting part of the play, and then it cuts to the story, and then it cuts back to, I feel like they repeated the whole thing but then added more and like cut to the people who were watching her more.
Mm.
It wasn't enough. Like I just felt like I was sitting through something that I already sat through, and I'm like, this show is so slow. You better not make me just sit through this long, slow scene again. Like, I'm like, ah.
Every episode is the very first part of like him. You see him doing his entire routine of going all the way down there, opening up all the doors, walking across all the fields, and then there's like 2 minutes of actual extra content that's different than it, and then they go back to it again.
Another thing I wanted to comment on is the intro. Like, they tried really hard, and I applaud them for what they did. But it wasn't there. It was like that uncanny valley where it's like you almost pulled it off, but it's like if you would have changed this, I think the music's too loud. I don't like. I'm examining, like it didn't pull me in.
The only intro I have ever comfortable with is something like Jobless Reincarnation, where it's the like. Okay, so say for instance, if they had the intro for at least the first episode be his traveling all the way down to this one place with the music happening in the background instead.
The intro was first, he got the guy who was getting picked up, he met with the guy that was picking him up. And then the intro was them traveling to the bridge.
Oh, just the bridge.
Yeah. And then it cut to the actual show of them going down the stairs through all the doors to the lady.
So they started it in a good direction. They just didn't. They're like, no. We want you to be actively aware of how sluggish and slow it is to do all these things. We could put music behind it and have you have a nice little cutscene going all the way through it, but no. We need to pad this motherfucker just a little bit.
So, there was a moment where something bad happened, and they're well, it's like basically they're holding her, like they're holding her in the cell,
Uh,
and they're like, if anything bad happens, we'll flood it. She got out. She got out so fast that they're like, why bother flooding it? She's already at the surface. So they contact him, and he's like, we have an issue. And he's like, all right, I'll be there. And then they cut to him in this like Model T, like just. Oh, I'm like, man, y'all are speeding. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, they were going 20 miles an hour, and it's just the car just. I'm like, are you flooring it? Is that what flooring it is? Because I'm about to fall asleep. Like,
that reminds me of that episode of Futurama where they went to, was it the IRS or whatever? and all of a sudden they're walking through and someone was like, "Oh my god!" And they're like, "What?" And they're like, "I had to swerve to get out of your way." And he's literally on one of those like moped, like scooter looking things, going literally like this fast the entire time. And they actually have enough time to have a full conversation before he's like, "Ah!" And then hits a stack of boxes, and literally all you see is the boxes go, poof, and that's it. So maybe they're comedic geniuses and we just don't know it.
like it's like when you anybody who knows a person who talks too slow and they refuse to be interrupted. They're gonna talk, just keep talking like you're not trying to interrupt them. Like, I get it. So you want 3, and he's like, because I need 1, so I can put it outside, and then I need another 1.
I actually have a person at my work who's like that.
And then I need a backup. So then, if anything happens, then I can use that backup on the first one or the second one.
I ask one simple question and I get like a life story that I had no intention of ever wanting or needing, and then eventually I finally go, what does this have to do with da 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 da? Oh, I just need da da da, and I'm like, I could have taken back that 20 minutes of my life I spent just trying to ask you that one question. So yeah, no, I'm fully aware about that.
Yeah,
so this definitely sounds like a show I really want to get into.
And it's like, it may be me. Maybe the show that I watched right before this was like excellent. And then I came across this one and I'm just like, I got a couple more shows to watch for the podcast. Hurry up. So the pace, I have to be in a mood to watch this.
Mm-hmm.
Story-wise, these vampires are ridiculously strong. And there's certain moments where it's like, it's one of those things where it's like they move so fast that you can't see it. And the show doesn't illustrate that. Like, it shows them just in another spot. So like,
so we don't do a Dragon Ball moment.
Yeah, it's like they're talking to the vampire, and the vampire says something, and then the guy turns around because the vampire is behind him now, and then they're like, yeah, so this thing over here, and he's like, okay, and he's like, yeah, we usually put it over here, and he's like, okay, it's like.
I just be like, must you do that? Can I not have a conversation with you without moving 5 seconds? God damn it.
So
yes, you're fast. We get it.
Yeah. So basically, the commander is talking to this female vampire, and like he's talking to the guy who's been basically keeping an eye on her, and he's like asking her questions like, does she respond? Have you gotten any information out of her? And he's like, no. Basically, like whenever he gets there for the first time, the guy that was watching her, he like put something in those like vacuum tubes, and he like sends it over to the other room, and then she pulls it out, and it's like a scene from a play, and then she picks it up and just goes into character and starts like reciting a play. And the guy doesn't explain anything to him. He's like, oh, so usually how, like, if it was me, I'm like, usually how we get her to talk is we send her a scene from this one play. So I'm gonna go send it to her, and then when she gets it, she's just gonna start going off into this scene. And I would have like explained that, and it's like every now and then she says something extra, and I think that's how she's communicating. Like it seems like part of her original self is there, but then mostly it's just this reciting actress. And I would have told him that, but no, the guy sits down and she's just like just dormant, and then the little thing comes over, and then she gets up and walks over. Oh, from the moon and the blah blah blah. And I'm like, what's going on? So I'm just as confused as the guy, or at least I thought I was. And then he gets a call, and he has to like travel 4 hours up the stairs to like go off somewhere, and or to talk to his commander. And as he's leaving the door, she says something like extra, and like I don't know if it was like telepathy, or she actually said it out loud, but he like stops and looks back at her, and then she like continues on to her scene. So then he goes and talks with the guy his boss basically asked him what the results of him seeing the vampire were, and he's like, basically like, can we use her? And he's like, I don't know yet. And he's like, okay, so then should we kill her? And he's like, I don't know yet. And then she breaks like something. I think he goes down there twice, and then after he leaves for the second time, and she says something again, like she's like, take care or something like that. And I'm like, do they know each other? And like there's some weird like symbolism where like his shadow will be in a certain spot of the character in the story from the poster that's at the theater that she used to be an actress in. And like sometimes she'll be in a position of the other person in the poster, and it's like basically it seemed like they were married, and he was off doing things in the military. She was being an actress, and then she got turned into a vampire, and then they kept her and held her. They didn't want to kill her right away. One, because she seemed like a very good specimen to try to figure things out, but then also, out of respect to him, they wanted him to figure out, like basically him to make the decision whether to keep her or whatever. And after he leaves the second time, she's like reciting some things, and then she's like, okay, time to leave. And then like the window that they've been watching her through just cracks. I'm like, flood time. And then next thing you know, they cut, and they're like, she's out. And I'm like, very powerful these vampires are. So she ends up going to, I guess, a place that both of them held special, and he knew exactly where to go, so he didn't go back down those stairs. He went to that place, and he gets there and like stands at a specific spot, and then she starts reciting the play, and then like goes into the same exact position that was in that poster of her, like her holding up something, and like she's reciting the play, and like just poofing all over the place. And then the scene kind of changes, and like she stands and looks back at him, and then I was like, I don't like that look. That's like a goodbye. That's like a goodbye, like a farewell look. And I'm like, oh shit, the sun's up. And then he's like, oh, he's like, oh shit, the sun's up, and then she just poof, bursts into flames. I'm like, nah.
You'd think he would have realized that maybe a little bit sooner. That seems like kind of one of those important things.
I was confused. I'm like, oh, it's symbolizing whatever that play is. Or it's like, oh, they are like in a relationship. I'm like, oh, that's sad. And like, she got turned into a vampire. And I'm like, who's that little kid that he saw at the play that was popping around? I'm like, oh, if he's like a little kid, I'm like, he's probably the most powerful vampire. And then I'm
Probably.
like, she broke free to go to this one place. And I'm like, So I'm just like tired. I'm just like, I can't think fast in these shows. I'm like, I'm seeing this, like slowly realizing the symbolism. I'm trying to figure out like, where is the group of people that he talked about that were like half vampire that could like fight against the vampires? And then I'm like, they're barely showing what the vampires can do. And then I'm like, that holding cell, it was like ineffective in the most failure of ways. I'm like, how did they get her down there? Like,
Yeah. It's like, did she want to go down there? Was that what we're doing here?
and it's like, apparently she was somewhat conscious, so she's like, oh, they're gonna bring one, so I'll just play along. And I'm just, so it's a very slow, very dry, very like military meeting show, and not this.
Yeah. That definitely doesn't sound like something I want to get into.
Yeah, um, it was pretty. Um,
Leave it to you to have that as one of your compliments. It was pretty.
it was like it was almost there. I'm like, if they like played around with the tempo a little bit, I'm like, come on, jazz it up a little bit, and then
When you overplay your main antagonist so hard that you want to make them seem so powerful, and yet by doing so, you essentially make it to where it seems impossible to do anything with them or how they even became the way they are. It's like if vampires were that powerful, how are not everybody vampires?
yeah,
Because who's going to stop them? Like, what are you going to try to fire a bullet at them? The minute you tried to raise your gun, you'd already be dead.
there was a scene like that. So when she broke out, like somebody shot her in the
Mm-hmm.
chest, and it was just like black oil running out, and she's like, in her head, she's like, oh, that's not good. And then she keeps going forward, and then there's like a group of people like behind this thing, and like they all, the guy who shot her, he's like, wow. I'm like,
Oh
he's
my
dead.
god.
I'm like, he's dead. I'm like, that takes way too long to reload. You need to run.
Yeah. You needed to already been moving the hell out of the way the minute you fired that goddamn thing.
I'm like, he's dead. And then there's like a line of like 5 people, and they're like, bah! And then all the bullets come, and she like freezes them, and then she like touches one, like, eh. And then all the rest are just frozen in time, and then they cut away, and they're like, we don't need to show the fighting. I'm like, the good part.
We don't need to show you the best part that you're waiting for. No.
So, yeah, it's like it's a very beautiful show. It's super slow and super dry, and it has moments that are really really cool. And the way it sprinkles the story, to me, I find pretty cool.
Mm.
So Um, it's good. It's not gonna hold my attention this season. Like I am so on board for a lot of the other shows. So yeah, later.
Yeah.
The next show we're gonna be talking about is Megalobox. One of the shows that was the hypest for this season. Complete opposite of the last one. Um, man, this started out rough. So basically,
Rough in a good way or rough in a bad way?
he is hitting rock bottom.
Oh, okay. So rough in a bad way, but that actually is supposed to happen. Okay.
Yeah. Um, basically, after getting into the tournament, which he was not really eligible for, but still made it through, he won the championship from the last thing, and basically the aftermath was he like basically he got into the competition by having a fake ID, so he was not even he's basically couldn't reap the rewards from being the champion. Um, his coach that he had before, I couldn't remember what exactly happened to him because he showed up in a really weird spot. Like he, I don't know if he was like camping out in an abandoned bus or something, and then the guy just walked up and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" He's like, "Leave me alone." I'm like, "That's a weird interaction." So I think the old coach. I know something really bad happened to the old coach. So I don't know if he actually died, but I do know that he's blind and he got really badly hurt. So I think that they just parted ways, and the guy just comes back in his memory to kind of like guide him. Um, but I don't think his old coach is actually dead. I think he's just not around. Um,
Okay.
so as the thing says, it takes 7 years. Take place 7 years after the original series. So basically, by then, what he originally wanted to do in the first series was do actual legit fights. Like he didn't want to throw fights just to make money, and he wanted to fight the best of the best. He is too talented for that, but he grew up in such a situation to where he can't take place in the actual legit competition because he lives in the outskirts and he doesn't have like a citizenship to actually fight. So because he can't do that, what his old coach used to do is set up fights for him to throw, and he would just throw fights left and right, and then he would make money that way. Because that did not like satisfy his need to like box and stuff like that, him and his coach were always fighting, like always arguing, but he always like never pushed it because that's the only way that they were able to get by. That's the way that boxing, like underground boxing league, makes money and actually stays around, is just shady boxes, and just basically putting on a performance so the audience pays and puts bets, and depending on how the bets are placed, people who are like actually dirtier than everybody else, they're like, they put so many bets on this one guy, and they're like, cool, take my money and put it on the other guy, and then they force the throw of the bet, and then get more money and all that kind of stuff. So, because Nomad is his new name because he didn't want to be called Mad Dog like he was in the first series. He, like, it's one of like, I'm getting rid of my past, but he'll remember who I am. And it's been 7 years, so most people don't remember him. Um, but his new coach lets him fight the way he wants to fight, and he's just destroying people, just left and right. And you hear comments from the audience like, "This isn't even a fight. This is just a beating." And basically, after the two fights, his coach is like, you're not doing this the way that it's done here, and I can't be your coach anymore. So here's your last paycheck, and basically like gives him that. What ends up happening, he develops like a problem with like painkillers, and you see him struggle like with that. And in one point, he goes to this one bar where this guy is playing this like Spanish guitar, and then at that moment, I realized that this show doesn't have the soundtrack to like a hip hop album like the original one does. This one has the soundtrack to like Spanish guitar, and it's kind of weird because there was this one rock group that I used to listen to. I can't remember the name off the top. Dragon. So I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Dragon Force.
No, it's it's like a group from like the early 2000s. I can't remember their name, but they used to have like it was one of those hip hop and rock mixes. That like group that mixes elements from those two genres, and then they went away for a while, and then when they came back, their music was like a hip hop Spanish type of like acoustic guitar kind of sound. And it's weird that this show kind of like did that same pattern as far as the soundtrack. So the guy who's actually playing the guitar in the bar that he ends up going to, one, knows who he is, and then two, like after his performance, like comes up to him and is like, that those things are gonna kill you. And then he like kind of like tries to give him advice and like walks off. He ends up getting a like stumbling from one gym to another, trying to find a fight and get any kind of money. And he ends up coming to the Spanish guitar guy's gym to get a fight. And because that guy's like what he used to be, except like on the opposite side. Like he never had to throw fights. Other people would throw fights against him. But he was the champion, and the underground champion that everybody came to see. And his coach would always bet, depending on like he'd always bet against him, and that's like he got money. So he never bet on his fighter. He always bet against his fighter. And I don't know. It was just this weird, like, just shady. Like I'm like, this sucks. But that guy is like, he has such a cool personality that I'm like, I hate how cool you are. Like,
damn you! Why did you have to be so cool?
Yeah. So Nomad, he ends up coming across that gym, and like he hears the coaches talking about we can't get anybody to fight him. Like he's too strong. Like once everybody hears his record, like they're too scared to fight him. So then Nomad's like, I'll fight him, and they set up the fight, and it's a really good, like always towards the end of the episode, they put in like the best fight. So Nomad, he's like realizes how good that guy is, even after the guy talked to him and like they had like a scuffle after he talked to him at the bar. And so he's like coming back to get revenge because the guy like laid him out after he told him that the things gonna kill him. And then he also like gave more like, and if you weren't taking those, I'd probably be the one on the ground. So after that like exchange, he ends up coming across him again. They actually do the fight, and at that moment, he's basically at the point where he's about to stop using them because he's actually getting a good enough fight to where he realizes that those pills are actually dulling his skills, and he pushes through the pain and the dizziness from all that kind of stuff and throws like this haymaker that the guy slightly dodges, and he knows it, and then he's like, this is not gonna take him out, let me throw another punch. And the other punch is a complete whiff because the champion took a fall. At that moment, he gets super pissed and like asks him like why he threw the fight, and he's like, that is one of the things, like that's how it works here. And then the episode ends, and I'm like, it finally got good. It was so depressing the first half, and then it got really good. I have no idea where it's going because he doesn't have a coach. He is like alone. Like they had on the news, like the professional boxing thing that wasn't the big championship from the one that was before, or maybe it's the lower level of it, and this big champion thing was like something special. But I don't know what's gonna happen. But I don't know. I'm just like excited because I'm like, is he gonna get back? Like, is he gonna go legit? Like he can't just fight this one guy. Like something like things are getting better. Like I don't know. So I'm excited again.
Couldn't tell.
So yes, Megalobox still very good. All right. The next show we're talking about is oh man, another long title.
That's the one I think. Oh yeah. Oh, let's see. That's Osanana Jima za Zitai ni Makani Love Come.
Yes. Did you
I
watch?
meant to watch this one. I did not get a chance to though.
So let's see. Oh, you watched School Days, right?
A long time ago, but yes.
The situation where this plain guy likes this one girl, and then a girl that likes him helps him to get the girl that he likes, even though it's she wants him instead. This is the same thing, except hopefully it doesn't end the same way.
Hopefully not. That I remember quite clearly when it came to School Days.
um, so far, I really like the girl that likes the main character. She's quite aggressive um, in her approach, but that she's very interesting. I don't know. I'm gonna like this show. Like it's one of those romances, and it's like she's not really being true to herself, but then she's also like getting what she wants out of the situation. So all I'm worried about is like the path that School Days took. Like I don't want a weird twist at the end. But yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it definitely seemed interesting. I know this is one I was meant to watch. I meant to watch this one. I don't know. I felt like this was one of those. I wasn't sure how it was gonna go, and after watching the high school girl one, I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to get into this one.
yeah. Like comparing the two, I think you definitely chose one that you would like better. But yeah, there's a lot of romance shows this season, so I'm like,
there is.
I'm like,
sure.
It's spring, the season of love. Let's check them out. So yeah, pretty good so far. I like the characters. Um, for anybody who's seen School Days, I'm worried. I don't think it's gonna turn that way, but I'm worried. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of heartbreak, but I'm on board for it. It's with the genre.
I mean, when it comes to stuff like that, you can. The one thing I've learned when it comes to romantic comedies or romance drama stories is that you never know what direction they're going to end up heading in. Because there was that one that was about demons and gods or whatever. Like there was there were girls. God, I can't remember the name of that one. It's an older one. And this guy had befriended this girl demon and this god, female god or whatever, a goddess, I guess you could say. And then he also had his childhood friend who he was in like a three-way relationship against, a triangle kind of thing going on. Anyways, end of it was where his friend, his childhood friend, actually had an ability that she was suppressing, and it was causing her a great deal of pain, and she was almost going to die because she refused to think that she was anything other than human. And in order to get her to let that power loose, he ended up slitting his wrist with a box knife and forcing her to use his powers to heal him.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, yeah. See, this is like the situation. It's like it was a romantic comedy all the way up to that point. So the fact that that came at the very end was like a slap in the face out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You're just like, wait, whoa, what are we doing here? Oh, no. As he's like slowly dying, saying, "You can heal me, you can save me," and I'm like, "Oh my God, are you serious? You put her in this position? Are you fucking serious? She was willing to die herself, not to do this power." And now I'm like, "Oh my God, dude, I get it, but Jesus."
Yeah.
So
Yeah, hopefully
love's,
this show doesn't go super extreme at the
love's crazy, man. Love's crazy.
end.
If there's one thing I have learned about that is love's just nuts.
Yeah. Alright. The next show we're gonna be talking about is uh combatants will be dispatched.
And this was the other one I was going to look into.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this one?
Uh it's interesting. It's one of those shows that kind of doesn't take itself seriously,
Mm-hmm.
where the the characters are like making snarky jokes that kind of break the fourth wall, but they're doing it so fast that I'm like, hold on, what did you just say? And I'm like, okay. Um, it's it's entertaining. Like the tiny little girl, she's a 100% android. Like, and her central unit is like a nuke or something like that. So she basically is like, you better make sure you protect me because if I get hurt, we're all gonna die. Like she keeps making that joke. Um, the two girls who sent him there, um, they are, I don't know, like it seems like they were all at the same level as far as like in the organization. Like I couldn't tell who was actually in charge, and the two girls just basically teamed up and was like, you and the android are gonna go, and it was like a weird dispute. They're like, wait a minute, I'm your boss. And they're like, no, I'm your boss. And then he's like, well, and then he starts like saying stuff that's embarrassing to her. And they're just like this weird like thing. And then it just cuts to like, okay, now we're gonna go. And then this crazy scientist doctor guy, like girl that's like straight up trophy. Like she has the one giant monocle and she's wearing a lab coat and she doesn't know what she's doing, but she's doing it anyway. And he's like, what's the success rate on this like on this teleporter? And she's like 100%. And he's like, wait a minute, that can't be right. She's like, yeah, if this is successful, it'll be a 100% success rate.
Oh, that's fair.
And he's like, wait, what? He's like, so it's funny. And then all of a sudden they're in the sky and like falling, and she's like, he's freaking out, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I got a parachute." And me, I'm like, "Why weren't you wearing the parachute?" Like, so she hands it to him, and she's like, "Also, yeah, grab this, and then also carry, hold me, because if I hit the ground, we're gonna blow up." I'm just like, "Is this gonna be the joke you keep saying over and over?" Like, I'm getting a little old. After they get to the ground, she's actually the one that's more capable of like handling certain situations. So like they get to the ground, they get attacked by these weird alien monsters, and then after they get rid of those, then these like Amazonians on horses show up. They start speaking this other language, and he's like, I don't know what's going on. He's saying all this weird stuff, and then she's like, and then all of a sudden he can like understand them, and he's like, oh my god, I must be a genius. And she's like, no, I'm translating it myself, and I'm like sending it to you through our communicator. And he's like, ignores what she says, and he's like, I'm smart. I'm like, this is gonna be weird. So
Oh, jeez.
they end up taking them to the thing, and then you realize that the person that's in charge on the horse wants to take credit for everything so she can get promoted because that's her only goal is to get what she wants out of everything. So they talk to the princess, and he's like ogling the princess, and everybody's getting all offended. They're like, how dare you look at her like that? So it's like all these like weird situations, and then they mention something like they used to have they have a problem. They can't, there's no more rain, and they used to have this device, like this giant Rubik's Cube thing that like they would use that to summon rain.
Mm-hmm.
And the android's like, oh, I can fix it. And I'm like, how do you even know? And she like walks over to it and like opens this like hidden panel and starts like messing with stuff. And then like, yeah, so once I do this, we just got to reboot it, and then they need a new password. And then he's like, it's like now rebooting, and then it's like, what is the new password? And he's like, Dick Festival. And she's like, what did you do? He's like, see, what's gonna happen is when they do the ceremony for the rain, the princess is gonna have to stand in front of everybody and be like, Dick Festival. It's gonna be so funny. And like earlier they were talking about evil point. And I'm like, what the hell is an evil point? And she's like, how many evil points do you have? And he's like, oh, I got like 300. And she's like, they had this weird conversation. She's like, oh, well, what? Well, and I'm like, it was dumb. I was just like, I don't know. And then later on, he's like, yeah. So now when she says that, every time she does the rain, it's an evil deed that I did, and I'll get points for it. And then she's like, well, what if the king does it? And the king's going to have to stand there in front of everybody. And he's like, oh. And then right behind him's the princess. And she's like, pissed off. Because she the whole thing.
So basically, it sounds like they just added in like a huge amount of. They couldn't decide on what direction or what they were going to do or try to do, so they're like, you know what? Let's add in a little bit of this trope. Let's add in a little bit of this trope. Let's add a little bit of this trope. A little bit of this trope, and then let's add in Deadpool's fourth wall breaking, and we'll be fine. It'll be good.
Yeah, I don't know what the show is. I'm oddly curious on where it's going because of just the way that the show's composed. I have no idea. Like basic, I don't even like the whole story. Like started out with like narration, and they're like, and this is the universe, and this one evil organization is trying to do this, and like the guy's like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right, and he just like messes up the narration, and then they start arguing, and I'm like, oh, this is not gonna be serious at all. So yeah, he interrupted what their plan was, so I don't know what their plan is. Like, I don't know where it's gonna go next. Are they gonna fight monsters? I'm like, are they just gonna get kicked out of the kingdom because they set up a stupid password? Like, and then they're gonna just wander until they find another civilization? They're gonna get attacked by more monsters? I don't know. Anything can happen.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's this show. I don't like anybody yet, so I don't know. The next show we're going to be talking about is I've been killing slimes for 300 years and I maxed out my
So, this
level.
show. Um, I mean, it's about what I thought it was gonna be. Um, it's so this girl dies, and it's an isekai. She dies while working. She worked herself to death, and she meets a goddess who reincarnates her as a what did she say? 17-year-old girl or something, or 18-year-old? I don't know. Anyways, she has the body of like a young girl. That's because the goddess had a fetish for that. Um, and yeah, so she decides that since she's been reincarnated, she's gonna take life easy and do as little as possible while still living and just living her life. So that's pretty much the premise. But then, as she's in another world, one of the things she first comes across is slimes, and she manages to kill one. And on
It
her
was
way to,
adorable.
yeah, she
Did
manages
they
to kill
egg?
one on the way to the village that she was going to, because the goddess provided her with a house that had just been abandoned essentially to live in. And on her way to there, she killed the slime and ended up becoming a um, and registered with the Adventurers Guild, so that way she could turn in the little gem that she got from the slime for money, and then just essentially just farmed the slimes for 300 years while going and shopping whenever she needed something,
Yeah.
and then kind of sustained herself with her own house and a nice little garden, and kind of lived her life until she realized that she was max level, and was really powerful because of that. So then she first tries to play it off and make sure no one knows, but some blabbermouth started telling everyone. And the next thing she knows, she has everyone coming to her, wanting to test out their strength and see who's stronger.
It's it's so it's like she knows the situation.
Yeah,
Like she's like, how can I do the bare minimum? So like I just want to chill. Like
yeah,
I was a workaholic, so she's like smart and capable, and she's like, what's the bare minimum? She like gets crystal from the slime, finds out how much it's worth, and she's like, cool. All I gotta do is kill like 25. That'll be easy, and then I can just chill. And then for 300 years, executed perfectly. Like every
yep.
now and then, there'll be like some kind of problem with the village, and she's like, oh, maybe I can help. And people are like, oh, the witch on the hill, she's been so good to us. And one day, some new uh, person at the guild was like, I've always had a question.
I've
How
seen you come
strong
in
are
here
you?
for a long time now.
How strong are you? And she's like, I don't know. I've just been killing slimes. So she's like, let's see. Pulls out this big ass talent. And then it's like, max level. And she's like, oh, it must be broken.
I've only killed slimes, but it's like, yeah, you've only killed slimes for 300 years. And apparently she had an ability that gave her bonus experience for killing slimes.
Yeah. So, yeah. It's
So have you only seen the first episode of this?
yeah, the drag girl is
Yeah.
jumping and everything.
So
Yay!
the two girls that you have in the picture there, the two little girls,
Yeah.
I think it's the blue-haired one comes to her house and starts calling her mama. And that's because both her and the other girl are the manifestation of the souls of all the slimes that she's killed over the 300 years. So essentially, they were incarnated because of her wanton killing of slimes. and the green-haired girl did not like her because of that. Blue-haired one was indifferent, just kind of like, whatever. I'm alive because of it, so I'm good with it. Girl, green-haired one was like, I need to seek revenge for all the slime you killed.
You have slain my people.
Yeah. Eventually they work things out, but yeah. And I think the most recent acquisition that they have at this point is an elf.
Of course.
Who had been running away from a demon lord.
Okay.
Because she had thought she was making she was making the energy drink, an actual like factual energy out of, because she's an herbologist, and realized when combining certain herbs together it made certain effects happen. And apparently demons have the opposite effect with this thing. So the demon lord tried it and became incredibly ill. And so she pretty much had a death wish against her. So she came to the witch for protection. Because apparently when the demon lord started coming after her, she said that she was her village essentially kicked her out rather than face the demon lord's wrath. So, I mean, so I enjoy this one. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna finish it. I enjoy this one. It's the characters are interesting. And it's almost a slice of life with just some action sequences sprinkled in. So yeah, I mean, the characters are interesting enough. I like the two little girls because they kind of have if you think of them as one person, they're almost like a bipolar person because they keep going back and forth. One absolutely loves her, one wants to kill her. One, they're sisters, they're twin sisters essentially, but they're yeah. The elf girl occasionally eats an herb that she shouldn't, and I think at one point one of the herbs that she ate was an aphrodisiac.
Oh god.
And she kind of looked at the witch like, "Hey, can you help me with something?" She's like, no, you can go." No. So that was, to me, especially considering you normally come across that and like the male female sort of situation, and sometimes they take it a little too far. This was done well enough, and the fact that it's two girls, you're just like, all right. The fact, I think the biggest thing going for this is the fact that it is an isekai. It's not anything amazing when it comes to isekais, but the fact that it's a female protagonist instead of a male protagonist, I don't think I've ever seen one that was a straight up female protagonist.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't.
All the ones that ever had a female in it were always like a side character.
Yeah.
Or it was a male and a female. But to just have a straight up female protagonist as the main character in an isekai, it's unheard of.
Wow.
And I'm glad they did it because I think it works really well. The comedy that they use is no different than any of the other, isekais that they've ever come across. But because of it being a female, it has sort of a refreshing twist to it. So, because what would have been like if it was a male protagonist and then you found out it was a female dragon that could take the shape of a human? They would have done something, looted or something like that with it. But because it's a female dragon and a female protagonist, they didn't go that route. They skipped over that trope and just went straight to, she kind of almost thinks of her as a sister.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. This show's pretty cool. Next show we're gonna be talking about is The World Ends With You, the animation.
I don't recall this one being one we talked about.
You said you hated the animation
Oh, did I? That's the
style.
reason why I blocked it out then.
Yeah. Yeah. So, style wise, they almost pulled it off.
I like how you say almost pulled it off.
To me, um, I went to school for 3D design. I've been watching anime for 20 years. I have an eye for like animation, and I can tell when it switches
Mm-hmm.
most of the time. There are some artists that are just amazing, and then like I'll watch a show, and then at the end I'll see 3D CG credits, and I'm like, where? There was not one element or anything in the show that I can tell was 3D. Most of the time I can tell. So every now and then the show splits from the 2D, like heavy stylized 2D to
Mm-hmm.
3D, and it's cell shaded. It's nah. Uh,
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm watching the preview again for it.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, that almost there's another show that does that. What other show does that? Am I thinking of JoJo? JoJo's Circus? Is that the one that does this one too?
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah. Is that the
I
same one?
I haven't watched that show.
Okay.
Um, and
I almost want to say because it reminds me of another art style, and again, it's not a show that I've watched because I didn't care for the art style. It's a show that I remember seeing clips for because YouTube recommends me anime. I don't know why. Um, Go figure. I mean, you might be interested in this. How do you know? You've been looking at me. Anyways, yeah, it almost. I swear it's JoJo's Bizarre Circus that this reminds me of. But yeah. Again, this goes back to for me is the same thing. Is I unless it's done well, any sort of 3D animation right now in this day and age in 2021, I just can't stand. I really can't. I'm more of the mind of like say Jobless Reincarnation. Like that, I don't know what it is, but it looks hand drawn. I don't know if it is or not, or if they just did really well in their animation in that regards. But whoever did in that sort of way, bravo, because that's the type of animation that I will routinely enjoy, as far as the animation style goes. The minute you try to add 3D into anything like that, it ruins it for me.
So yeah, like style wise, this kind of reminds me of the Persona video games. I had mentioned that before, and I or maybe
You
Danganronpa.
say that, and I'm over on any chart or any list right now, and literally right underneath it, right underneath the trailer, under recommendations, is Persona 4.
Yeah, um, yeah, that's what reminds me of Danganronpa. I don't think we've ever talked about the show, but
What Persona?
no, I can't say the name. Danganronpa.
I don't believe so. I know we've talked about Persona before.
Yeah. Um, so I was expecting something different, and it gave me something different. Um, for these types of shows, I expect them to be like slightly based in reality, but an alternative world.
Mm.
And this one is very similar. It has a realistic setting, but everything else is like off. Um, I don't like this show. um, it's monster like it's one of those
Monster of the Week.
No, it's more. It feels like it should be. Like like it
If
feels
it should be, it's already failing.
like it feels like something should happen in the episode, and it should be over very soon. Like the problems don't really seem like problems. They just seem like here's the event for the day that we will be solving in the next few minutes, and then we'll be back. Like it does like it. I don't know. Um, it's one of those like King's Game like survival kind of shows where in the show you have there's 7 days and basically like 7 days the boss will come and you have to fight the boss. Before you get to the boss, every day you have to fight a mini boss. And we're through 2 days already in the first episode. And you have villains that show up, but they're not threatening. They talk a big game, but I'm not scared of them. You have other random like characters that are like tropes, and I'm like, oh, you're this kind of person, and he does like exactly what you think he would do.
Mm-hmm.
The monsters, zero personality. Like it's just I'm a frog monster and I do frog stuff, and now I'm dead.
Yeah, this show sounds supremely boring, honestly.
It, the main character, he's like has this like he has amnesia and he doesn't remember who he is. But there's something like he has some kind of like issue.
Why did they have to go with the oldest trope in freaking history?
Yeah, he has this like.
I almost, every time, I swear to God, every time someone mentions amnesia in any sort of like TV show, I swear I think about Futurama when they're talking about the all my robots, and they're like, "You have amnesia. You have amnesia. You have amnesia. You had amnesia, but you forgot you had amnesia because you have amnesia." And just all of a sudden, there's one scene where they're like, "I didn't tell you, I came down with a case of amnesia." Da, da, da. And you're just like, "Oh my God, it's so bad, but it's true."
Yeah, so he has like some kind of dark secret that like we don't really know about, and like the very first chance he gets to turn on his friends, he's the the Shinigamis that have like they're um like it's like they're not best friends yet. But usually it's like if you have two best friends, one that's a prodigy that'll ultimately be the strongest. But right now his best friend is stronger because he's darker and he has a darker past. Kind of like Naruto and Sasuke. And it's like they're dealing like Sasuke is dealing with the Naruto, and Naruto thinks that Sasuke is his best friend, but it's also his like rival. Eventually, Sasuke is gonna turn. These two people, like the two bottom characters, they just met 5 minutes ago, and he already turned on her. He's like, and like, I will help you if you kill her. And he's like, ugh. Like before you can even like, no, you don't want to. He's already choking her. Okay, what the fuck? So it's.
Yeah, I will help you if you try. I mean, you don't even finish the sentence. I hated her to begin with. Let me just go ahead and take care of this right now.
Dude! And then, like, they eat the next monster, and then he's like, oh, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. And she's like, oh, no, it's fine. I'm like, fuck that! You asshole!
It happens all the time. People try to kill me by choking me out. You know what? I'm used to it. No biggie.
I'm like, no! And then...
What the hell is this writing? Oh my God.
So at that point, I'm like, oh, this show's not for me. This show's for kids. So I'm like,
No, this show's for nobody. I don't want kids watching that. Just somebody doing somebody apologizes and actually goes, "Oh, you know what? It's fine. Don't worry. I get that all the time." I mean, come on. What was that saying?
So there's one part where like there's a concert about to happen, and like it's something like the lead singer in the band is near where they need to go, and they can interact with them, and usually all of the other NPCs that you see are like they're not there. They're just like ghost images. Like you can walk through them, and if you touch them, you can read their minds. So you can hear like what they're thinking. And you just all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, it's the lead singer of so and so," and they're like, "Hey, what's up?" And he's like, "Oh yeah," and they just start interacting, not even thinking that. Wait a minute, why are we interacting with you? So they go into the concert hall where you're supposed to fight, and then like they have this giant battle. That's the end of the first episode, and then after it's over, they're like, "Wait a minute, why couldn't we see what's his name?" And he's like, and then the main guy, who I hate now, he's all like, "That's because he's a Shinigami too." And then they like cut to like the back of one of the guys, and he like has wings, and I'm like, "Why are you
Dun,
going
dun,
so
dun.
fast?"
Oh
Like,
shit!
how long is this series? Is this series gonna be over in 3 days? I'm like, the counter says 7 days, and we're like we got 5 days left. So I'm like, this series is gonna be like 4 episodes long, and then it's over.
Oh,
So
you only wish. You only wish.
so yeah, I'm no, I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. It just doesn't seem like with story and plot points like that. I mean, come on. Is there really any reason they should be the ones who are sorry? I mean, come on.
The two other like everybody goes in pairs. You have to form like a contract to be able to fight against the monsters and use your powers. The two other characters that they met are called Beat and Rhyme, and I'm like, oh, music, ha 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 ha. Okay. I'm just like, uh, I'm just.
Yeah, that's definitely going on my not watch list.
The next show we're gonna be talking about is Super Cub.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
I love this show. You thought Yudu Camp was slow. You thought Yudu Camp had non-events being the biggest thing that happens in a day. Here we have Super Cub. Just like the trailer, not much happens. First episode, it's the girl. It shows the city at like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Nothing. Nobody. And like, here's a street, here's a building, here's another thing. Doesn't this look cool? Oh, look, there's one truck. I'm like, hey, it's not like an abandoned city. Cool. Then
It would have been more interesting if it was an abandoned city. Oh shit.
I'm like, man, this is a really quiet town. Okay. Then it's like, and the girl, she reaches out of bed, turns off her alarm, and then she's like, sits up. She's like, all right, you don't need to talk. Start getting ready for school.
So is there hold on. Is there any dialogue spoken at all in this anime?
Yes, eventually.
How long does it take?
About half the episode. like till she gets to school, then the teacher starts talking. Uh,
Oh
and
god.
like wakes up, it's like She gets up and goes to the rice maker, opens it up, makes her lunch, pours some tea. Then cut to her pouring tea for her. Like she pours tea that she's gonna eat for breakfast, and then she pours tea later for her lunch. And then she grabs the thermos, puts it in her bag, walks out, gets on her bike, and just slowly starts pedaling to school. Other people are also pedaling to school. And then she gets to a hill, and like this boy passes her. He's like standing up on his bike and like actually trying to get up the hill. And she's just like, I'm like, stand up like him, Jesus. So she gets to school, and then she like puts her bike up at the bike rack and looks over. She sees somebody's scooter. Gets to class, and the teacher is teaching a lesson, and the sentence that she's translating is, and then the girl got a motorcycle, and she went all over the world with like heavy accent. And I'm like, oh, are you foreshadowing? Cool. So she, so she goes home, and it shows her what she does at home. And what she does at home is makes dinner, doesn't turn on her TV, and then she goes to bed. Then next morning, exact same scene, and she goes to class, and then on the way home, instead of going home, she turns the opposite way and goes straight to a bike shop. She gets she gets to the bike shop and starts looking at all the prices. And me, I'm like taking the last two zeros off. I'm like $2,000, $1,500, $3,000, and I'm like, wow. And then she looks, she's like, I don't have the money for this. Turns around, and then the shopkeep like comes out and he's like, hey, how can I help you? Well, he's like an older guy, so he's like, hey, man. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, he's gonna cut her a deal. And then she's like, oh no, I thought I wanted a bike, but it seems like I don't have enough money. I'm like, what a that's the most polite way to say I'm broke. Like, like Jesus. So I'm like, okay. And he's like, actually, I got something for you. I'm like, he's gonna pull out a busted bike and be like, $5. And then he's like, he go gets a used like one of his used Hondas, and then he's like $100. I'm like, that's 90% off of all the other bikes that I saw there. And then she's like, okay. So I'm like, this is how she gets her bike. Cool. Why is it 90% off? Is there something wrong with it? And then she's like, no, he's just a nice old man. And I'm like, okay. So she goes in, and then he's like, asks her questions. He's like, you need to fill this out. And then she's like, okay. And then she's like, oh, I don't have a license. And he's like, turns around and grabs a like a learning how to like get a license book. And he's like, the questions never change. Here you go. And then it cuts to her in front of the license place. She walks in and she walks out with a license plate and she gets her thing. And then cut back to her there. And he's like, do you have a helmet? And then she reaches into her school bag and pulls out a helmet. And I'm like, that isn't physics right.
The bag smaller than the helmet?
Yeah. So I'm like, is that a collapsible helmet?
That's the most interesting thing about this anime so far.
So I'm like, is that a collapsible helmet? Because that'll collapse your head. No. And then he looks at the helmet and he's like, I'll be right back. And then he walks in and gives her a real helmet and some gloves. And then she's like, oh, thank you. And then he like points to the sign. He's like, every purchase you get a helmet and gloves. So I guess he was asking her to see if she like already had a real helmet. Because if not, then he wasn't gonna give out one of his free helmets. And she's like, oh, I got this toy. And he's like, no. So so she gets on the bike and like she's trying to start it and he like gives her tips and I'm like, that's how you okay. So I'm sitting here learning about motorcycles and then
Hold on, no. Not really about motorcycles, because if you said that to somebody who owns a motorcycle, they'd be like, "That's not a motorcycle." No.
So basically at the end of that, I'm like, okay, so she's barely has the information that she needs to like live as a scooter rider now. And she gets, she gets home and it's weird. It's like once she gets that license, her life completely changes. Like before, the first episode was called "The Girl with Nothing." And I'm like, that's depressing. And she's
I mean,
like,
does she even have parents?
oh. She's like, I don't have any parents and I live alone. I mean, I'm like, how do you get money? Like,
Yeah, like, do you have a job? How are you living?
yeah. So they haven't explained any of that yet. And she gets home with her. And also, I was like, how are you gonna get your bicycle home? You rode here on a bicycle and you're leaving on a scooter.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it right now. They're never gonna explain why she doesn't have parents. Never gonna explain why she doesn't have parents or how she is living in a house by herself. Never gonna explain it.
So
The most interesting things about the story that they could possibly have, they're like, no, we want to make this the most uninteresting thing ever. All these plot points and start. No. It's all about her riding this freaking Honda. That's all it's about.
So she gets home, she puts her helmet on her table, and I think she eats and goes to bed. And I'm like, man, she doesn't do anything. Like she doesn't read. Like she doesn't.
No, because that would be interesting. So of course not.
I'm like, ah, and like she kind of like there's at one point she like is like, oh, I need to do something that involves the bike because the bike is my life now. And she heads out at night to get something. I can't remember what it was. And I'm like, wait until the morning. It's nighttime. You just learned how to use your bike. So she gets there and she goes to the store and then she comes out and then tries to start the bike and it doesn't start. And it's just like, flip, flip, flip. And I'm like, I told you to wait until the morning. Now you're stuck. So it cuts to her trying it very slowly, I might add, and in CG. So all of a sudden it just cuts to the CG girl pushing her leg down on a bike. And I'm like, this looks stupid. So then it then it cuts to her sitting on the curb, not knowing what to do. She has nobody to come help her. She's by herself at night in front of a convenience store. And I'm like, this is completely out of her normal world. I'm like, I don't know what she can do. She's stranded now. And then this truck driver comes out and he's like, hey, are you feeling okay? And she's like, I'm fine. And he's like, all right. And then he just walks over to his truck. And I'm like, I guess I'm like, because of the age, that's that dangerous age where it's like an adult guy can't be with a mind. It's weird. It's like he's looking out for her, which is, yeah. But then he's like, all right, this is as far as I can go without risking me. So he just, like, she said she was okay. So I just drove off. And I'm like, I can feel that in the news report. He's like, yeah, I just asked her if she was okay. And she said she was okay. So I just went back to work. Like, I'm like, something's going to happen. And he like bent down to do something and it gave her a memory of what the guy told her. He's like, I'm gonna put this in this little compartment for you. So she's like, the compartment. And then she goes down, opens the compartment, and it's a manual for the Honda. And she's like, okay. So she's going through. So she went straight to technical problems. And it's like, engine won't start. Step one, does it have gas?
No.
and looks at the gas gauge, out of gas. So I'm like, ah!
Oh my god.
So then I'm like, she's at a convenience store. This convenience store doesn't have gas pumps. So are there two separate things? A convenience store that's just the store,
Yeah.
and then a gas station that has a convenience store? Because I'm like, in my mind, all convenience stores have gas stations because that's what I'm used to seeing.
No, I have that here. There's convenience stores that are just convenience stores.
Yeah, so I'm like, huh. So I'm like, well, how's she gonna get the bike to a gas station? I'm like, it's nighttime. Um, okay. And then the next step was like, if it's out of gas, switch the engine to reserve fuel. And I'm like, that's cool. So she like
Yeah.
opens up the little compartment and like switches it to reserve fuel. And I'm like, go straight to a gas station. So she goes straight to a gas station. I'm like, cool. And she fills it
She
up.
was smart enough to do that.
So I'm like, cool.
Oh, good lord.
And then she gets home, and in every anime, how the front foyer has like a lower area where you put your shoes, and then it steps up like the wooden floor. He like takes his shoes off, sits on the platform, and it just like, oh my god, it like lays out, and it cuts to the morning. She fell asleep right there because of the stress of being stranded, and I'm like, damn, you were tired because I was stressed out too. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I'm like, you need some friends, some
Yeah,
people to help you out because
some guidance.
yeah,
I'm almost surprised, and not to say anything bad about her, but I'm almost surprised that she actually even knew how to pump the gas in it. To be completely honest.
yeah. So I think you know what I think actually that I think she didn't. I think the manual like explained it to her.
Oh, okay.
She was when she was putting gas in the thing, she was like reading something.
That's probably why then. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
I don't even know where the gas tank on one of those things is.
yeah, yeah. She probably would like, okay, now that I'm at the gas station, how do you put gas in the thing? Yeah. So yeah. So she went to school and then the episode ended. And I'm like, that was nice.
You know, reading the reviews on any list about this, I just you know what? It really makes me think that it's a situation of, to each his own, and there are just certain things out there that some people are more than willing and actually enjoy the crap out of, whereas other people like myself would look at it and be like, why the hell is this a thing? Who the hell made this? Because like
Do something. Ah!
there are so many. I kid you not. There are so many 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10. And like so many of them are absolutely like over the hill for this anime. And I'm like, you're following a girl around who's who's I'm more interested in why she's alone, what the hell happened to her parents, how she's supporting herself. But instead of figuring any of this crap out, we're just watching her ride around on a freaking scooter. What the hell?
Cute girls doing cute things. That's all I need.
One of them actually said that too. One of them actually said that word for word.
Yeah. So that's Super Cub. It was adorable. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Vivi. Fluorite's Eyes song, which is a mouthful. Like, man.
Did we talk about this one?
Yes. So when I said teddy bear for the other one, this is the show that had the creepy teddy bear with the red eyes that was like walking around all creepy like. Um,
I'm trying to remember.
we talked about this show because we were talking about the whole Android situation and AI. And
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Or this kind of reminded me or us of like a Ghost in the Shell sort of situation.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. I remember this now.
So
I think. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because she even had a situation where her arms looked like they were. Yeah, this is totally like a Ghost in the Shell moment.
yep. So this show is more like iRobot,
Okay.
where oh my god, watch the first 5 minutes, like or 3 minutes, however long that was. Oh my god, anybody who's like, we should stop developing AI, the robots are gonna kill us all. After you see the first 3 minutes, you're like, see what happens when you trust the robots.
What they
um,
don't they don't have the laws of robotics on these?
there there is like a there is something that gets passed that leads up to the very first scene,
Mm-hmm.
and um, basically the point of the show is to stop that from happening. Um, it's also kind of like Terminator, where it's like somebody gets sent in the past to try to guide the future in a way
Mm-hmm.
to where the future that they're from doesn't happen.
Gotcha.
Um, so all that stuff that we're talking about AI and all that kind of stuff, just throw it out the window. This is iRobot slash Terminator, and it's done in a different way. It may sprinkle in certain cool aspects about that topic, but I don't think it's going to go in the way that we were talking about before.
Mm.
Um, there are a few things that I really liked about the show, and then a few things that I'm like, or at least a few things that I'm like, kudos for handling the situation that way, and then other parts where I don't really think there were any like parts that was like disapproving of. Like the first scene was like super shocking. It was kind of like it wasn't as violent as like the first scene of Elvin Lied, but it
Close.
was just as shocking because I wasn't expecting that. The show's
Mm.
about a girl who sings, and I'm like, the android who sings, and I'm like, oh, maybe something will happen, and like her singing may bring a tear to my eye, and then it's like, help! And I'm like, what's happening? I thought this was supposed to be a happy show. So things that I really like about the show. The teddy bear. I was scared of it at first because I thought it was like exterminate, exterminate, and the eyes are just red. It just has red LEDs that it can't change color, so it's like, eh. So the voice of the bear is fine. When you're introduced to that character, I absolutely hated him and I wanted to hit it with a bat and kill it. When it switched over to the bear, it calmed down, and I was like, all right. There was a certain moment where they were trying to like adjust the past by saving someone, and it's the whole plan broke down, and it was very very cool how certain aspects of the situation played out because basically you have this AI that was developed in the future that has like knows the history of everything that happened up until it was created, and basically was given the task of adjusting the past to where this doesn't happen. So it
Mhm.
basically knows the future. It is sent back. I don't know if he was just like super excited to explain it or was just like nervous, stressed out, or whatever, but it was talking 100 miles an hour. And it was very annoying. And it was like had a like superior attitude, like talking down on the main character, and would ignore she's like, because she thought it was a virus, she was like, please remove yourself, please remove yourself. That's not what I'm talking about. Please remove yourself. And like he basically had to figure out that he needs to speak to her in a way that she'll believe him fully, not by like she would always think that he set it up. Like he's like, there's a bomb that's gonna go off here that's gonna hurt this one person. I need you to save him. And he's like, you have 3 minutes to get there. And she's like, I don't trust you. But I think she came across him before. So she's like, but it is somebody who I know. So I'm not gonna take the chance that you're actually right. And then she goes save the guy. And then she's like, I still don't believe you because you could have put that bomb there. And he's like, what am I gonna do? So he like slowly like gains her confidence throughout the episode. And there's certain parts where I'm like, bullshit. As good as this show is, there's certain scenes where I'm like, no, you don't need to be action movie. Just do it normal. Like, have you seen that? I don't know if the movie's called Skyscraper or whatever, but it's the movie where The Rock plays a paraplegic. Like he
and I know what you're talking about.
And that part where he like runs between buildings and like jumps off of the thing and like lands another. They did that, and I'm like, no, you're not The Rock. You can't do that. No, I get that you're an android. I get that you could in this world actually do that. No need for slow-mo. No need for a character who hates robots to see you do that after you saved him, so he feels differently about robots now. And then like no, I see what you're trying to do. No, just it's like I see the strings. Like execute well enough to where I don't see the strings. Because right now I see that you're trying to manipulate me, and I don't trust you. So, so it's like I don't know if it's because I've seen so many anime and I just saw that coming, or they're trying really hard, and I don't know which one it is. Because like shows that are executed like top notch, I don't see the strings, and this one I can see the strings for that one scene. So I'm like, I like the show. I'm gonna watch it. There's certain parts that pull me out of it, and it's like scenes like that where I'm like, you're trying too hard. Stop. And there are right before that scene happened, the reason why I like the bear now, or like the AI that's in the bear now, is they basically are trying to stop an assassination because that assassination is the key that makes a law get passed that basically starts the path to the future that he's trying to avoid. And they're trying to delay, like, if the guy dies, the thing will happen. All possibilities lead towards that. So it's like, and it's weird because he's like, after the robot, the AI gets the girl to like finally somewhat trust him, he's like, all right, now that you're on board, we need to stop this. And he's like, when is that gonna happen? And I'm like, tomorrow. And he's like, tonight. And I'm like,
Cutting a little close there.
I'm like, come on, man. You gotta give yourself some elbow room. You're cutting it real close, man. So, they go on that thing. And then certain things keep going wrong because it's a robot designed for singing going up against this military group that's trying to get a law passed. And it's like, she's not built for fighting. There's one point where things go wrong and she just like she's like, I'm gonna go along with this because what you're saying makes some sense, and the things that are involved I care about. So I want to be there to make sure nothing bad happens. So it's like that guy, he said he wanted to see me sing. My goal. Oh, one thing that they did for the AIs at the beginning is like they kind of explained a situation where they're like, AIs basically will never be human because the computer program can only do one thing at a time. Computer programs can't multitask, and they like showed the explanation of like the AI is supposed to be working, and then there's a baby crying. From all of our tests that we've done, the AI will prioritize one thing and be observant of the other thing, but can't do two things at a time. So what we are going to implement is the one task AI system. Every AI has one object, like one directive. If you are a singing robot, your goal is to sing and make people happy. That is your goal. If you are a battle robot, your job is to battle. And that's it. Battling robots are not gonna sing. Singing robots are not gonna battle. Chef robots are not gonna dance. Like it's just they like we're gonna design it for one specific purpose. So the main character is a singing robot, and her goal is to sing on the main stage because that's her programming. And when she saves the guy from the bomb, he's like, "I would like to see you sing." So that's why she cares about that guy and make sure everything goes right because it's part of her goal. Um, she prioritizes her ability to sing over everything else. So when they're in the mission and they're trying to save the guy, um, the AI from the future knows that he needs to um, intervene with her because the probability will go down if like she can't fight. So he needs to adjust her so she can like defend herself and the mission will be more successful. So he's like, at one point they're running down the hall and they're about to run into a bunch of the guys, and he takes his USB cable and like starts downloading a program into her. She grabs him and throws him on the ground, and because like she can detect that something her program was being altered, and she's like, that's gonna affect me singing. So she like stop, throws him on the ground, and she's like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm trying to get us out of the situation. And he's like, did you just throw me because you think that it's gonna affect your ability to sing? And she's like, yes. And I'm like, man, that's just stubborn. So I'm like, y'all are gonna die. Like I get the rules, I get it. You're a robot, fine. Do it the hard way then. And like another situation happened, and she's like, how come you didn't tell me? Blah blah blah. And he's like, because I don't trust you. And I'm like, wow. She was one of his options to help the guy not be assassinated tonight. But he knows how stubborn and unpredictable she is. And he just flat out said, I don't trust you. And I'm like, what would it have been like if, like in Terminator, where like somebody was like, I don't trust you? I'm like, that was just abrupt, and I'm like, interesting. So I do like that aspect of it. Once that mission is over, they kind of like, she's like, fine, let's work together after that. He's been saved and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, let's shake on it. So they shake, and then they cut to a fight. She gets thrown against the wall, and then this construction equipment is like, man, like just moving around with the AI's voice. And he's like, I told you, we have to cooperate. And she's like, no. She like runs. He like knocks her arm off. She goes flying. And I'm like, did the second episode start already? Like, did the first episode like cut off? And then like I'm on the second episode somehow? Like, what happened? He's like, we just shook hands. And I'm like, yeah, you did. What's going on right now? And then all of a sudden, she like looks up to the sky, and you see a plane, and like the plane is about to have some trouble. earlier in the episode, um, she's at the amusement park and she's doing her job and everything like that. And basically, she's performing to an audience that's growing smaller and smaller. Sometimes there's 5 people, sometimes there's 1, sometimes most of the time there's 0.
Mm-hmm.
There's this girl that comes to visit her every day, and she like just chit chats with her and kind of like talks to her about her goals and all that kind of stuff. Just hangs out with her. And when she leaves one day, she's like, "It's I know it's a little bit early, but here's your birthday present." And she hands the main character the the teddy bear, and I'm like, that's cool. She goes off. Then the AI comes in and like takes over that teddy bear, and I'm pissed off because of that. It's like, no, that's her birthday present. You better not mess it up. And then he acts all weird, and they go through the whole thing. And then all of a sudden they're fighting, and when she hits the ground, she looks up, and there's a plane about to crash. And they zoom into the window, and it's the fucking girl. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then one of the engines on the plane like malfunctions, and it starts smoking, and then the plane blows up. And I'm like, no!
Is that like an alternate timeline history or something?
And then he's like, I told you, we can't affect the past. What I believe happened, he's like, cool. Now that we have affected this and this has changed, what's going to happen is that this plane is going to crash. We need to make sure that this plane crashes for a specific reason. And she's like, why are you telling me about the plane? And she's like, I need you to know that this girl, your friend, is on the plane. She's like, and runs to the airport. And he's like, we just shook hands. I can't have you interfering. And they get into a fight.
See, if that was the case, he should have just not said anything to begin with and just feigned ignorance about never knowing the fact that her plane was going to crash to begin with.
And it's weird because it's like, she would probably know that he knew.
At that point, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I'm like,
I mean, I just think it was handled poorly.
yeah, so I'm like, they're gonna be fighting the whole time. I'm like, this is gonna be a rough ride.
That just sounds like a headache and a half. That just sounds like a headache and a half. You're like, oh god, come on, guys, no, stop it, no, stop. What are you doing? No, stop it, stop fighting.
So, very good show. A lot of clever things happen. Some things I can call out, and every now and then I'm like, bullshit, no. And then it's like, they killed the girl. That sucks. She was cool. She was her only friend. You asshole. I'm just like, ah.
Yeah, well, we know how those enemy tropes go. Come on.
Yeah.
Always the person who it's always the person who matters the most and who could have the most effect on the protagonist as far as their death would include.
Yeah. So I really like this show. It's basically in that category of like certain action shows, like where I'm just sucked into the world. I can't remember the name of it. I feel like it has like an X or a Z or something like that in it. But yeah, there's like another world where there's this based in real life, but there's this fantastical aspect to it, and it's like just a great journey. Like the intro was done by Boom Boom Satellites. For anybody else who's like, oh, I know that show. Like I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, I feel like it's that caliber of a show, and I feel like I'm really gonna like it.
I might give it a try, but I might also be too pissed off at the characters for arguing with each other and constantly trying to go at each other. Because I also have instances of that where I just get so pissed off at the characters. Where I'm just like, I mean, we all know Bahamut, so, I mean, come on.
Yeah. If anything, I want that first couple minutes. I was bewildered. I'm like, what's going on? Oh, just the creepiness of like some of the AI. It's they. I called out so many things that were gonna happen. Like, uh, it haunts me. But yeah, that is it for our shows for this season. We will be back in 3 weeks. No, 4 weeks. We'll be back in 4 weeks for our preview of the next season.
Good lord, already?
Which summer tends to be the blockbuster season, but it needs to up its game to compare to this season.
Yeah, I was about to say. It has some stiff competition.
Ah, speaking of Kobayashi, there is another season. Yeah. And then there's more slime. And then there's more reincarnated. Oh my God. Hey. Yeah. They're pulling out the big guns.
You're looking at any chart, I'll look at any chart too.
There's more Higurashi, which we'll get back to.
Yeah.
I don't know about that show. Hey, yo, that looks.
Well, that's weird. Okay, so I guess what they're bringing out right now is just like a prelude to the second season for Kobayashi.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's only like 5-minute shorts, if that.
Yeah. Nighthead. I feel like I've seen that come out before.
Yeah, with the way that they left off Jobless Reincarnation, I'm really interested in season 2.
Oh man, that's gonna be so good.
And I'm glad that it did so well that it actually got a season 2 really quick.
Yeah.
I think even the people who created it were surprised about that.
More Love Live. They left me behind. Like, after those first 3 shows I saw, I'm like, yes, 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 and then it's like, what else?
Yeah. I honestly, I mean, after what you mentioned, I don't know if I really see a whole lot that I really am overly excited for.
Huh. We got 3 heavy hitters and then a bunch of rookies.
Yeah. Wait, is this?
That a rabbit man? What is that?
I think we're going too far afield.
All right.
Oh, that is that one. Do you remember the one where they had the honor roll kids or the genius kids go to another world?
Oh,
Second season of that.
nice. Did you finish that one?
I think I did.
Okay. I remember I watched the first episode. Cool. All right. Yeah, we'll be back in 4 weeks if nothing crazy happens. And yeah, we'll be talking about our upcoming thoughts on the upcoming season. So, as always, TK, Psycho Gamer for TacoYaki Anime. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do. And we will see y'all next time. Bye.